Chapter 4013. Damn it. Shaohua. Ao Xing crawled up from the ground and shouted, "Hold him down, I want to eat his dragon pellet." Dragon pellet? Shaohua was startled. He had seen Ao Zhan and Ao Shuai's dragon pellet before, but he didn't know about the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he didn't think much about it. Now, Ao Xing's words woke him up. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint didn't mention anything about Yao pellets, which meant that Shaohua wouldn't have a Yao pellet like the other Yao beasts. Even the other Yao race that Shaohua saw didn't have a Yao pellet, so why would the dragon race form a dragon pellet? This seemed to be similar to the cultivation of the human race. In other words, when Shaohua was slightly distracted, the dragon crawled forward for a moment, then suddenly flew up, trying to escape. Ao Xing saw this and said anxiously, "Shaohua, are you in cahoots with this evil dragon? Do you want to let him go?" Suddenly, the dragon vein Dharma body rushed out from the top of Shaohua's head and pounced on the dragon like a dark cloud. "Io, your Dharma body?" Ao Xing didn't seem to understand why Shaohua released his Dharma body at this time, but when he saw Shaohua and the dragon vein Dharma body working together and devouring the dragon's bloodline, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The eyes that had never been afraid showed a look of terror. Shaohua stepped on the dragon that had lost its ability to fight, and turned his head in surprise. "Ao Xing, didn't you want the dragon pellet? Why don't you come and take it?" "Jinren Shao." Ao Xing was rarely honest, and his claws covered his chest and said pitifully, "You didn't devour my bloodline too, right?" Shaohua sneered, "If I wanted to devour you, I would have done it already, right? Why wait until now? Besides, wouldn't a living clan elder be more useful than a dead Ao Xing? In my eyes, your bloodline can't even be compared to this dumb dragon." Yes, he is a dumb dragon." Ao Xing came over with a smile and said, "You let him go just now, but he still wanted to eat you. Instead, he was eaten by you. Serves him right." Shaohua nodded and said, "What you said is right. What I am fishing for is precisely those dragons who want to devour my bloodline. If no one dares to provoke this Shao will definitely not provoke them. Spiritual Master is wise. Spiritual Master is merciful." Ao Xing flattered Shaohua as he took out the dragon core and happily swallowed it. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Ao Xing shouted, "We're going fishing." Shaohua reminded, "Fishing is important, but the dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool are even more important." "Spiritual Master," Ao Xing cried bitterly, "I'm still hungry. You have to let me eat my fill, right? Besides, the dragon cleansing pool is also one of the goals of the dragon's training. If it was so easy to find, why would so many dragons come in? Where's Longyu?" Shaohua had thought that he was the only one who wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool, but he had not expected the dragon cleansing pool to be the target of this training. He could only ask Longyu about it. Ao Xing looked at Shaohua strangely and replied, "You'll have to ask Taoist yourself. You are holding the damaged Longyu. If you don't know, how would I know?" Shaohua immediately understood and shouted, "Hurry up and tell me what the elders have arranged. This is my dragon race's secret technique." Ao Xing bitterly took out a bevan and handed it to Shaohua. "Originally, the elders wanted me to use the Longyu to search for it. But it seems like Taoist won't give it to me. So, you should use it yourself. However, I'll say this first. In the folded jade legacy realm, Taoist can hold onto the Longyu. Once we leave the folded jade legacy realm, Taoist must give the Longyu to me. Otherwise, the 9 elders won't let you leave the Dragon Island." "I understand." Shaohua took the bevan and released his yuanshi, looking at it while answering. "So that's how it is." Shaohua looked at the bevan and sneered. He looked at Ao Xing and said, "In that case, this Longyu can only be used with draconic astronomy? And you, although you don't know draconic astronomy, can you use your draconic language and draconic chi to forcefully use the so-called pseudo-astronomy?" Looks like the Great Elder had already arranged all of this. I have to listen even if I don't want to. Ao Xing's face was still bitter. He smiled and said, "Taoist, you should also think about me. These arrangements were made by the elders, I can only listen to their arrangements. Moreover, you also saw that I gave the bevan to you. I actually don't like the elder's arrangements. Xiaohua did not return the bevan to Ao Xing. Instead, he raised his hand and said indifferently, "Let me see that so-called pseudo-astronomy." Ao Xing was not surprised. He quickly took out the other bevan and said with a smile, "This is the pseudo-astronomy. However, Taoist, it's useless for you to see it. You are a human, even if you have a dragon vein, you can't cultivate it." Xiaohua took the bevan and said with a wave of his hand, "Fellow Taoist, I'll have to trouble you." For dragon vein, Xiaohua let out a dragon roar and swallowed the bevan. Ah? Ao Xing was shocked as he looked at the dragon vein in disbelief. Xiaohua's body shrank back into Xiaohua's body as he cried out, What's wrong with him?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that is not a smile. Ao Xing stuttered, "Your dragon vein Dharma body? He can cultivate it? Could it be? He was the one who swallowed the dragon bloodline earlier." Xiaohua said proudly, "That's right. Could it be that you think it was this Xiao who activated it?" "Damn it, I understand now." Ao Xing slapped his forehead and shouted, "You actually used this dragon vein Dharma body as an avatar to cultivate?" "Of course." Xiaohua nodded. "Otherwise, why would this old man help him mold his body?" "Heavenly Abode River." Ao Xing remembered. "You took Heavenly Abode River's avatar technique." I only comprehended 20 to 30%, it's nothing." Xiaohua looked around and said, "Let's find a place to let I comprehend your Dragon Island's secret technique." Of course. Ao Xing had a flattering smile on his face. "Taoist, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." In just 3 to 5 days, Xiaohua brought Ao Xing out from a hidden valley. Then, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and dragon vein Xiaohua rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and let out an extremely mysterious chant. Following this chant, strange waves appeared out of thin air. Immediately, within a few li, millions of dragon chi began to vibrate. One by one, dragon patterns as thin as hair gradually appeared. Finally, these dragon patterns gathered around dragon vein Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not hesitate to take out the broken dragon jade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A hurricane rolled up. These dragon patterns fell into the dragon jade like a myriad of streams returning to their origin. The entire dragon jade let out a low dragon roar. Circles of ripples rippled out. Then, a phantom was born from the broken part of the dragon jade, just like the missing part of the dragon jade. Roar! Dragon vein Xiaohua let out another low roar. A light golden dragon pattern spat out from his mouth and landed on the dragon jade. The phantom was immediately smeared with a layer of golden light. As the golden light flickered, it actually broke free from the dragon jade and flew towards a place with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Let's go!" Ao Xing was overjoyed and shouted, "This item can only exist for 6 hours, and this dragon drawing technique can only be used once every 10 days. Alright. Xiaohua put away the dragon jade and landed on Ao Xing's back. Ao Xing let out a cheerful cry and rushed into the air. Half a day later, in a stone forest covered with sharp thorns, dragon vein Xiaohua flew in front. The dragon aura within several li rolled into a myriad of flying flowers as he flew. These flying flowers seemed to breathe into dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body, and then they were spat out. Layers of clouds also surrounded these flying flowers in the air. Suddenly, a silver-white huge dragon flew out from a crack in the stone. This huge dragon's movements were very fast. Dragon vein Xiaohua had just noticed it, but the huge dragon had already pounced on dragon vein Xiaohua. That kind of seemingly solid killing intent had already driven away the flying flowers and clouds. There was even a kind of vague spirit formation power that imprisoned dragon vein Xiaohua's left and right. Damn it! Dragon vein Xiaohua cursed. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, he urged his dragon body and hurriedly wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, before he could turn around, the huge dragon's dragon claws had already attacked. With a crackling sound, dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body was torn apart with a several dozen meter long wound. Oh! When the huge dragon saw dragon vein Xiaohua was actually injured, It couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth and sucked towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He pretended to escape, but he was unable to endure. As he escaped, he flew towards the huge dragon. Just as he was about to pounce on the huge dragon, countless dragon runes flashed on the huge dragon's dragon horn. Under the resplendent brilliance, those dragon runes were like little stars as they quickly surrounded Dragon Vein Xiaohua. At the same time, the huge dragon even roared. Its tail and claws attacked Dragon Vein Xiaohua together. What was special was that tiny dragon runes appeared on the huge dragon scales. Those dragon runes gathered together, like the protective golden light of Taoism cultivators. They gave birth to a kind of intense repelling force, preventing Dragon Vein Xiaohua from invading. Crap! Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt a warning in his heart. He no longer dared to tangle with this huge dragon. Roar! With a furious roar, the dragon's body skyrocketed. Boom! With a series of loud noises, the dragon runes that surrounded him exploded violently. The surface of Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body was blasted into a bloody mess. Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt pain, but he didn't dare to tangle too much. Although he cultivated the dragon transformation art and his dragon body had been tempered, he still couldn't compare with a real huge dragon. The huge dragon's dragon claws and dragon tail attacked. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body violently shook. The flying flowers that had previously landed on his dragon body all flowed out. At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's entire body was covered in cracks, as if he had just been ravaged by this huge dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Dragon Vein Xiaohua fiercely cursed and urged, "Fellow Taoist, why are you still not coming out?" Chapter 40:14. Fellow Taoist, don't panic, I'm coming. Xiaohua had long known about the crisis of Dragon Vein Xiaohua, but he was flying far away with Ao Xing and only arrived at this time. Xiaohua shouted, his whole body flashing with bronze brilliance. He raised his staff and smashed it towards the giant dragon. Roar, I'm coming too, another arrogant voice also came, and Ao Xing shook his head and wagged his tail. But he just rushed forward, and when he saw the appearance of the silver giant dragon, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, Ao Qin? Ao Xing? You and this human? Ao Qin saw Ao Xing and then looked at Xiaohua's fierceness. How could he not know what happened? He roared, I understand, you actually colluded with the human race? Your grandmother. Ao Xing was also angry and shouted, what do you mean by colluding with the human race? If you are not greedy for the human race's bloodline, how could Ao Qin allow Ao Xing to say more? The dragon tail slapped towards Ao Xing and opened its mouth. Several dragon runes flew out, and streams of dragon chi entered the dragon runes. A few sword lights that were even bigger than flying swords appeared and pierced towards Ao Xing. Xiaohua, help me. Seeing the dragon chi sword stabbing towards him, Ao Xing hurriedly shouted, Xiaohua, help me. Ao Qin's dragon runes were not many, but within a few miles, the great power of imprisonment was no less than the domain. How could Xiaohua not know that he and others had hit a nail? Now that he couldn't use most of his magical powers, he could only rely on his powerful monster body and the staff to defeat the enemy. Woo! The wishful steel staff whistled towards Ao Qin's dragon tail. Boom! With a loud bang, Ao Qin's dragon tail was flipped upside down by Xiaohua. Even the dragon scales on the dragon tail were broken. Ao Qin was surprised and even angrier. He suddenly abandoned Ao Xing and rushed towards Xiaohua again. When Ao Qin turned around, Ao Xing's dragon tail shattered the giant sword formed by the draconic carvings. However, Ao Xing's dragon tail was also badly mutilated, causing Ao Xing to grit his teeth in pain. His dragon body flipped a few times in the air, and under his scales, demonic clouds spurted out as he twisted his waist and tried to escape. At this moment, Ao Qin's eyes were as red as blood. His huge dragon horn produced a strange fluctuation, and the rhythm of the two fluctuations were different. They intertwined and attacked Xiaohua. Moreover, Ao Qin's two dragon claws were more powerful than any magic treasure. They slashed through the air and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Under the fluctuations, the space around Xiao Hua was extremely distorted. Waves of dragon qi were like thousands of wind blades that wanted to tear Xiao Hua's body apart. Xiao Hua didn't dare to take it head-on. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a layer of green seal text appeared. Although the three corpses' Yin Thunder's power wasn't obvious under the suppression of the dragon qi, it only destroyed a small part of the fluctuations. More wind blades fell on Xiao Hua's body, and even more fluctuations attacked Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace, blood vessels, and other places, making Xiao Hua feel an indescribable dizziness. Then Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and roared, "Fight!" The wishful steel staff struck out again. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon claw knocked Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff askew. The huge force did not stop, and Xiao Hua's body was lifted into the air. To Ao Qin's surprise, Xiao Hua, who was in midair, seemed to have been smeared with oil under his feet. He drew a shadow in the air and actually borrowed the force of his blow to fly to the place where Ao Xing was. Ao Qin was stunned and angry. He hurriedly said, "Want to leave? You stay here obediently for this old man." After saying that, the other dragon claw suddenly extended and inserted itself into Xiao Hua's back with a ka sound. However, to Ao Qin's surprise, he saw sparks flying behind Xiao Hua's back. Not only did Ao Qin's dragon claw not pierce into Xiao Hua's back, but it also sent Xiao Hua flying, pushing him onto Ao Sheng's back. Roar! Ao Qin roared, and the dragon qi within 100 miles boiled, and a fierce force of domain appeared again. Woo! Ao Sheng let out a low roar, and a rare 5-colored light appeared from his dragon horns. Wherever this light flowed, the boiling dragon aura calmed down, and Ao Sheng's body became transparent again. Looking at the dragon vein Xiao Hua, who had just escaped, he fell into Xiao Hua's mind, and quickly disappeared along with Ao Sheng's body. Damn Ao Sheng! Ao Qin's dragon claw slashed, and after knowing that Ao Sheng had used the secret technique of Dragon Island to escape, he roared, "If I see you again, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. You actually dared to join hands with the human race, even Dragon Island won't say anything about it." While speaking, Ao Qin's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the other side. With a sniff, his dragon body sank into the dragon qi and disappeared in a moment. Damn it! After half an hour, Ao Sheng, who was flying wildly in the air, finally reappeared. He looked back with lingering fear and shouted, "You scared me to death! How did I meet Ao Qin of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? This mad dragon is really unreasonable." Of course. Xiao Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ao Qin's methods are too strange. If we didn't leave quickly, I'm afraid we would have been tortured by him to the point of begging for death. Not only that, Ao Xing shouted, "This Ao Qin is the famous mad dragon of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He doesn't recognize anyone. I heard that 500 years ago, a sun-devouring realm dragon accidentally offended him. Today, he chased him for 1,000,000 miles, from the Southern Sea to the Western Sea. Although many dragons came out to persuade him, they were all rejected, and in the end, he killed that dragon in the chaotic sea. Not only that, he also pulled out the tendons and skinned the dragon, cut the dragon's body into pieces and fed it to the fish. Damn it!" Xiao Hua was shocked. Isn't this guy a pervert? Of course. Ao Sheng also carefully shrunk his neck. Previously in the Dragon Qi realm, I still didn't see him. However, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Forget it, Xiao Hua laughed. In the future, when we see him, we will take a detour. Can he really chase us to the edge of the stacked Jade Legacy realm? The problem is, Ao Xing was a little worried. I don't know why Ao Qin came to the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If Xiao Hua obviously knew that Ao Xing didn't want him to know his purpose, so he simply didn't ask, but looked around and asked, "Where are we? Is it the wrong direction from where Long Yu pointed?" Ao Xing rolled his eyes and retorted, "How would I know where we are? Anyway, I can still use the secret technique in the future. Let's wait a few days." But Xiao Hua nodded. "Let's go fishing again. Better be careful." Ao Sheng patted his chest with his dragon claw. Don't meet a freak like Ao Qin again. With that, Ao Sheng carefully released his yuan sense, far from his previous unbridled appearance. Looking at Ao Sheng's frightened expression, Xiaohua felt quite amused. Io. Just as Xiaohua was laughing, Ao Sheng suddenly shouted, using his dragon claw to point into the distance. Spiritual master, quickly, there are many dragon corpses there. Is that so? Xiaohua was also shocked, and hurriedly released his yuan sense. When he saw it clearly, he urged his body and flew towards the huge wood in the distance with Ao Sheng. This area was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. It was all those huge round trees, tall enough to reach the sky. Each round tree was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were strands of gold entwined. These huge trees, except for some branches at the top, didn't have any special branches. The place Ao Sheng pointed to was within the group of huge trees, which was more than 100 miles long. It was a mess. Some huge trees were broken at the waist, and sawtooth wooden thorns were like sharp swords piercing into the sky. On the ground, there were many huge trees lying on the ground, and around the huge trees, there were some meat paste and blood splattered everywhere. Dragon corpses were either on top of the huge trees, or mixed in between them. There are a total of 12 corpses. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, stood in the air and muttered thoughtfully. Ao Sheng didn't answer, and hurriedly flew down. After carefully looking for a long time, he flew up into the air and replied, "It seems to be the North Sea and East Sea Dragon clan. None of them are from Dragon Island. Their dragon cores were all taken away." Xiaohua nodded. His figure descended, and he examined them one by one. After a full meal's worth of time, he sat down on a round log. Using his hand to pinch his chin, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems like they were killed by someone. Oh, by other dragons." Ao Sheng was puzzled. How can you tell? The fatal wounds of these dragons are all at the lower abdomen. Xiaohua pointed to a huge dragon and said, "Take a look for yourself, the wound is dozens of feet long. It was obviously torn by a dragon claw." Ao Sheng was a little doubtful. After landing, he looked carefully, then looked at the others, and finally raised his own dragon claw and gestured a few times, nodded and said, "It looks a little strange. It seems to be torn by a dragon claw, but it also seems to be a little different. However, the body of my dragon clan is tough. Ordinary dragon weapons, imperial weapons, and magic treasures are not easy to break, not to mention tearing it in one strike. Only dragon claws or dragon horns have this kind of effect. Do you still remember how this old man made things difficult for you when you entered Dragon Island?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon corpses and asked. Ao Sheng said disapprovingly, "What do you mean by making things difficult? You, a human, want to enter Dragon Island? Of course it's not that easy. However, it can be said that I have fate with Taoist." "Don't say so much." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This old man encountered some strange things on the way to Dragon Island." "Oh, what strange things?" When Ao Sheng heard that there was a story, he immediately became interested. Xiaohua then told the murder that happened on the Dragon Island, and finally pointed to the dragon corpses and said, "Looking at these dragon corpses, this old man can't help but think of Dragon Island. Dragon Python and the others are anxious to come to Dragon Island. Is it related to these dragons?" "You're right." Ao Sheng replied seriously. "Fourth Elder didn't say much about Dragon Python, but I also heard some rumors. It seems to be related to the Gue clan. In my opinion, these dragons should be killed by the Gue clan." Chapter 40:15. But the problem is... Xiaohua glanced at Ao Sheng and asked faintly, "And escaped from Dragon Island with Long Yu, and there were even dragons who brought Long Yu into the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. For what? This..." Ao Sheng was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand and said, "This is my Dragon Island secret. It's better if you don't know." Xiaohua asked curiously, "Now that things have come to this, you still remember the Elder's instructions?" Ao Sheng sighed. "If it was someone else, I might have said it, but in front of you, I don't dare to say it casually." "That's strange. Could it be because of my dragon vein Dharma body?" Xiaohua wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ao Sheng smiled. "This is naturally one of the reasons, but it's not the most important. Strange, what's the most important thing? Taoist is a little greedy. Ao Sheng smiled. I'm afraid that if I say it, you will think too much. Ha, you're right. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. Wherever his mind went, whether it was the giant wood or the dragon's corpse, they all fell into his space. What's more, Xiaohua actually raised the wishful staff, but in a moment, dozens of giant wood had been taken into Xiaohua's space. No way, Taoist. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and asked, what do you want these wood for? To build a thunderboat. Xiaohua didn't hide it and replied, wait until I build it, you will know. Alas, I can't compare to your Dragon Island. Dragon Island has everything, and there is also a group of dragons to show their filial piety. Naturally, I don't need to think too much. I started from scratch, so I have to worry about everything myself. After dozens of days, Xiaohua didn't know fatigue as he searched for the rare giant wood in the world, and Ao Sheng's voice sounded from time to time on the increasingly rare giant wood. Taoist, it's about time, right? We came to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to gain experience, not for you to cut wood. Besides, you should leave some memories for the future generations. You can't not leave a single giant wood. Alright. Xiaohua straightened up, clapped his hands, looked at the few remaining giant wood, raised his hand and patted his forehead, smiled. Fellow Taoist can come out now. Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared and flew out. The dragon body that was torn apart by Ao Qin had also recovered. Then, Xiaohua took out the dragon jade. Dragon Vein Xiaohua activated the secret technique and found the location of the incomplete dragon jade. Ao Sheng shouted and carried Xiaohua to a place in the Forgotten Realm. This trip was still alright. Although he fished up a few more dragons, he did not meet a freak like Ao Qin. On this day, when he saw a golden sea in front of him, Long Yu's dragon figure dove into the sea and disappeared. After a few breaths, Ao Sheng's figure appeared in the ripples of space. Looking at this strange situation, he cried out, How is this possible? When did the seawater appear in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Could it be that the seawater was connected to the outside of Dragon Island? The Gui clan has already sent Long Yu out of the Dragon Island? Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng's appearance and said extremely puzzled, What? Was there no seawater in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Isn't your Dragon Island in the sea? You don't know. Ao Sheng stomped his feet, swung his dragon tail, and rushed into the sea. He even shouted, Dragon Island can be in the sea, but the Stacked Jade Legacy realm can't have seawater. As for why, I don't know either. You don't have to ask me. Xiaohua smiled, looked at the rolling waves on the sea and said, There was no seawater in the past, but it doesn't mean that there isn't now, and it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Tisse. Ao Sheng flew for a few hundred li, but did not see any reefs. He shouted, Damn it, could it be that the incomplete dragon jade is in the sea? With that, Ao Sheng lowered his head and was about to dive into the sea. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the sea, and he was shocked. A layer of goosebumps uncontrollably appeared on the surface of his body as he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Ao Sheng listened to Xiaohua's words and hurriedly stopped in midair. Xiaohua pointed at the sea and said in shock, Look at the sea, there was a dragon face inside. When Ao Sheng heard this, his dragon body also trembled. He looked at the sea in disbelief. However, the sea was still turbulent. Where could he see a dragon face? Although Ao Sheng did not say anything, he was secretly alert. His dragon body did not dare to delay and flew towards the sky. As he flew, he said in a low voice, Spiritual Master, what did you find just now? Shu, don't talk first. Xiaohua hurriedly said, This sea is a bit strange, let's fly out of the sea first. Alright. Ao Sheng urged his dragon chi and flew straight towards the shore. However, after flying for half an hour, the promised shore did not appear. Even Ao Sheng's heart began to tremble. Just when you were about to rush into the sea, Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ao Sheng's ear. A huge dragon face with a strange smile opened its mouth and waited for you to fall. Ao Sheng wailed like a ghost and almost knocked Xiaohua off his back. He said anxiously, Spiritual Master, if you want to speak, can you speak louder? You will scare the dragon to death if you speak like this. Xiaohua said solemnly, I just want to tell you, don't waste your energy. This sea is an illusion. If you can't break it, even if you die of exhaustion, you won't be able to fly out. I already knew it was an illusion. Ao Sheng said angrily, I don't need you to remind me. Now the problem is how to break this illusion. I'm flying like this. I just want to see how to fly out. Xiaohua stood on the dragon's back and looked at the seemingly endless sea. He smiled bitterly and said, if this Xiao's magic power was still here, this illusion would not be able to stop this Xiao. Isn't it just escaping? I'm afraid that no illusion in this world can trap this Xiao. The problem is that spiritual master's magic power can't be used, right? Ao Sheng said snappily, could it be that other than magic power, spiritual master has no other way? Don't you humans have the best brains? Xiaohua smiled and replied, if it was any other array, this Xiao would have to think about how to break it, but this is an illusion array? Ao Sheng, I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew up from Ao Sheng's back and slapped his forehead. Gotcha! A faint green lightning flashed, and the delirium breaker eye flashed with a silver brilliance and slowly opened. See! In the delirium breaker eye, strands of golden light filled the entire space. However, in this golden light, there was another dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long that coiled below Xiaohua and Ao Sheng. The huge dragon head was there, with a big mouth and a sneer on its face. On the dragon head, at the edge of the two dragon horns, there was a small red dragon horn that was extremely eye-catching. Wasn't that the dragon face that Xiaohua picked up on the sea? Ao Sheng, do you know which Gui race has a third small dragon horn on their head? Xiaohua's delirium breaker eye flashed, silver like stars in his eyes. Xiaohua calmly asked Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked and shouted, oh, Ao Jiao. Are you talking about Ao Jiao? How would I know if it's Ao Jiao? Xiaohua replied indifferently, I'm only asking you if you know such a dragon race. Of course I know. Ao Sheng said with a trembling voice, Ao Jiao is one of the Gui race that brought Long Yu into the folded jade legacy realm. Could it be, after so many years, he still hasn't died? He actually set up an illusion array here? If it's Ao Jiao, then it's right. Hearing that, Xiaohua's heart relaxed slightly. He stared at the sea and replied, I'm afraid Ao Jiao is already dead, but his soul is still here. Perhaps only the soul can exist in this passage of time. And this illusion is probably created by Ao Jiao's soul. I know. Ao Sheng shouted, this is my Dragon Island's Li Hen heavenly technique. Damn it, this Ao Jiao is really vicious and merciless. This Li Hen heavenly technique has always been my Dragon Island's forbidden technique. I don't know how many years have passed, but no dragon race has been able to cultivate it. Even the profound armor pentagonal divine dragon keeps a respectful distance from this forbidden technique. Ao Jiao is really crazy. Of course he's not crazy. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something and said in a low voice, he's trapped in this folded jade legacy realm. What can he do in the face of the passage of time? Other than using a secret technique to cultivate into a soul, what hope does he have to survive? In this illusion, I'm afraid there are many lost dragons. Their blood essence has become the supplement of the Li Hen heavenly technique. Li Hen heavenly technique, heavenly remorse, endless regret into the sea, endless hatred into the heavens. Ao Sheng scratched his ears and cheeks and shouted, if this Li Hen heavenly technique is successfully cultivated, you can use Li Hen heavenly technique. If you don't have a great ability, you can't break it. This Ao Jiao originally had the strength of Tunri. How can the Li Hen heavenly that he set up be broken by us? Moreover, don't forget that the current Li Hen heavenly technique is Ao Jiao himself. I really don't know how to break this illusion array. What do you know? Xiaohua sneered, you're doted on by Dragon Island. You haven't gone through any experience. Who says I haven't gone through any experience? Ao Sheng shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. The size of my Dragon Island is not something you can understand. I've been to all those dangerous places. Hee, you're wrong. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the soul of Ao Jiao who was waiting for him at his feet. The most difficult experience is not on Dragon Island, but on the 3 continents. Do you know why Confucian cultivators have to establish a country in hidden Immortal continent before they reach the 5th grade of elemental energy? That's not only to test the art of ruling a country, but also to test the human heart. Moreover, it's the same for us Tao cultivators. We also have to go out to gain experience. Without experiencing the mortal world, you won't know what is called cunning, danger, flattery, and waiting. Waiting! Ao Xing was slightly stunned. What kind of experience is this? Chapter 40:16. For his own survival, for the sake of exterminating the other dragons on Dragon Island. Ao Jiao had to wait. He waited for 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, and finally he waited for you, the purest dragon bloodline. Perhaps? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and stopped. Ao Xing replied indifferently, "What wait, isn't it just patience? I can do it too. You don't know, when I was training on Dragon Island, in order to wait for an opportunity, I hid among the reefs and waited for 3 whole years. That's not right." Xiaohua muttered, since Ao Jiao is still in the form of a soul, and there's still the dragon cleansing pool in this stacked jade legacy realm, why didn't he remodel his body? How would I know? Ao Xing was a little uncomfortable. His eyes turned and looked in another direction. Looking at Ao Xing's appearance, Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He said coldly, "Could it be, this is still your Dragon Palace's 9th Elder's scheme?" Sigh, I don't know what those old fellows are thinking. Ao Xing sighed, but what I know is, I have never heard of a dragon's soul being able to remodel his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Boom. As if a bolt of lightning struck Xiaohua, he said in disbelief, "How is that possible? It said that your Dragon Island has a dragon cleansing pool that can remodel one's body." "That's the Buddhist sect's lotus cleansing pool, okay?" Ao Xing muttered. "It has nothing to do with my Dragon Island. However, since someone is spreading the news for my Dragon Clan, why wouldn't my Dragon Clan do it? Oh, of course, it's not that my dragon cleansing pool can't remodel one's body, it's just that until now, no one knows how to remodel one's body." I was tricked by a bunch of old farts again. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said. Ao Xing shrugged his shoulders strangely and said with a smile, "Think about it, didn't you say everything about Dragon Palace? What did the elders say? Didn't they just follow your words? It's your wishful thinking that my dragon cleansing pool can remodel one's body. My elders also admitted it, but they didn't say how to remodel one's body. You have to rely on yourself for all the opportunities. Forget it." At this point, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with those old farts of Dragon Island. He had to deal with the predicament in front of him first. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't ask about the Dragon Palace, Ao Xing also wiped his cold sweat. It was impossible that he didn't know of Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace of Dragon Palace. But Ao Xing of Dragon of Dragon Island, Dragon of Dragon of him. Of Ao, Dragon Islands, Dragon of Dragons of Dragon of Dragon of Dragons of Dragon of course, of Dragon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Ao Xing's expectations. Xiaohua's dragon bloodline Dharma body not only had its own primordial spirit, but it could also absorb the dragon chi of other dragon tribes. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was even stronger than the dragon tribes. Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body were no match for Ao Xing, but how could Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body be separated? Ao Xing had completely become Xiaohua's follower in a folded jade. He even got a share of the loot when Xiaohua attacked the dragon clan. In particular, now that he had accidentally fallen into Lihen Heaven, which was set up by Ao Jiao, Ao Xing knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Lihen Heaven. He could only rely on Xiaohua. If Xiaohua turned against him, he would be the first to die. Yes, Immortal. It was rare for Ao Xing to lower his proud head and smile. What do you think we should do now? Xiaohuaji glanced at Ao Xing and replied indifferently, "Didn't I tell you just now? Wait." Yes, wait is patience. Ao Xing hurriedly replied, but Can we compete with Ao Jiao's patience? Even if we can't, we still have to compete. Only in this way can we have a chance to find a flaw in Lihen Heaven and get out. Xiaohua thought for a moment, raised his hand and pointed in a direction. You fly there, I will fly to the opposite side. Let's see how Ao Jiao will deal with it. Immortal. Ao Xing cried bitterly, you won't leave me, a little dragon, to face an old dragon that has lived for millions of years, will you? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, do you think I am that kind of person? No, definitely not. Ao Xing hurriedly smiled. Not like? That means yes? Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Xing didn't want to answer anymore. He hurriedly urged his dragon body and shouted, yes, yes, I will fly there now. Well, remember, don't let the sea water touch your dragon body. Xiaohua saw this and also flew to another place. He didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Ao Xing heard Xiaohua's reminder. His originally low heart immediately came to life, and his dragon body flew 100 feet away. As Xiaohua flew, he still opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to observe Ao Jiao's soul. The dragon head that was very clear in the delusion breaker Dharma eye was slightly blurred, and actually split into two dragon heads. One of them carried a body and rushed in the direction of Ao Xing. Its speed was 3 times faster than Ao Xing, and the other one followed closely behind. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, ordinary souls will not leave any trace in my delusion breaker Dharma eye. That is to say, this Ao Jiao either used the Lihen Heaven technique or the fragments of the dragon realm to cultivate her soul to another level. This level is probably beyond the reach of Little White Dragon. The most troublesome thing is that the soul cultivator Xiaohua is now heavily injured and can't come out to fight the enemy. If the soul technique is useful, I can only rely on myself. However, fortunately, I have some gains in the Forbidden Spring Sea. Although I have not comprehended the vast sea of soul technique, it can still be of some use at the critical moment. Xiaohua was thinking and flying. The huge dragon head also followed under Xiaohua's body. It was more patient than Xiaohua. After flying for a while, the distance between Ao Xing and him had already exceeded the distance when they entered Lihen Heaven, but the scene in front of Xiaohua's eyes did not change at all. Xiaohua understood that this simple distance extension would not give Ao Jiao any pressure, and it was even more impossible to find a flaw in Lihen Heaven. What should I do? Xiaohua pinched his chin. The delusion breaker Dharma eye looked at the ferocious dragon head, and the dragon eyes that seemed to be mocking him, thinking about the next step. At this moment, in the direction where Ao Xing was, a huge wave was formed, and the sea water rolled up, forming the shape of a dragon, and pounced on Ao Xing. Ao Xing was shocked, and with a long roar, his dragon body suddenly rose up, trying to avoid the wave. However, Ao Xing only flew out 1,000 feet, and in mid-air, there was a flash of light and layers of water ripples. Like a mirror, another sea surface was hanging upside down above Ao Xing's head. Ao Xing rushed into the air, and was about to fall into this new sea surface. And in this sea surface, Ao Jiao's 3 dragon horns revealed a ferocious smile without hiding it. Xiaohua saw that there was a change where Ao Xing was, and just as he was about to turn back, woo-woo! Layers of strange wind whistled from under his feet and above his head, and with the sound of the wind, the soul of Ao Jiao, who had been hiding under the sea, suddenly rose up and pounced on Xiaohua. Moreover, as the wind whistled into the sky, the dragon patterns gradually condensed into water splashes, and these splashes connected together, and a seemingly endless water surface was formed again, and under the water surface, Ao Jiao's figure also appeared. Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye had not been closed, and when he saw the faint golden lines fly out from Ao Jiao's soul, and a weak and blurry dragon shape condensed above his head, he already understood that this must be a secret technique similar to the ghost cultivator's inextricable threads. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye flashed with a dark green brilliance, and the technique of lightning and thunder suddenly came out. Rumble. What puzzled Xiaohua was that the soul technique that did not have any effect before was now somewhat recovered in the illusion of Lihen Heaven. As the thunder roared, not only did it disperse the dragon patterns above Xiaohua's head, it also destroyed the soul strands that were gathering. However, Xiaohua's technique of lightning and thunder was still controlled by the illusion of Lihan heaven, and the seawater was destroyed a little, but the rest roared, like the anger of Ao Jiao, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the soul technique was effective, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the soul strands, and a net-like dark green seal text flew out. Although the green seal text was very vague, it was obvious that Xiaohua had just comprehended it, but as soon as the green seal text came out, the strange sound appeared again, and layers of small whirlpools appeared out of thin air in front of the seawater. Zzz. A violent sound rang out within a radius of several miles, and more than half of the dragon-shaped seawater controlled by Ao Jiao was destroyed again, and only about 20% of the seawater passed through Xiaohua's defense and rushed to Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's flying technique with the demon body was naturally not comparable to Ao Sheng's, and in a hurry, he could not dodge. As soon as the sea water touched the surface of Xiaohua's body, it immediately turned into a thin red color and quickly spread along Xiaohua's legs. The strands of red color were like tiny poisonous snakes, and in a moment, they had completely covered Xiaohua's legs. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and a cluster of soul strands fell. Swoosh! Like rain washing sand, all the strands were destroyed in an instant. However, at the same time, there were still some red lights flashing between the lines on Xiaohua's skin, and it seemed like they wanted to penetrate, but as the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body rippled, the remaining red color also disappeared without a trace. The soul that was destroyed by the soul technique seemed to have caused Ao Jiao's pain, and a dragon roar that shook Xiaohua to the point of dizziness came from the seawater. A dragon head that was thousands of feet long surged out from the seawater, and the dragon head that was condensed from the dark green seawater was like a real dragon, exuding an indescribable dragon's might. Even as strong as Xiaohua was, his heart could not help but tremble, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Chapter 40:17. Looking further away, Ao Sheng was about to crash into the reflection of the blue sea in the sky. Fortunately, he was quick to react. With a turn of his dragon body, he flew horizontally and stopped his upward momentum. However, Ao Jiao had already made her move. Even if Ao Sheng was temporarily out of danger, what could he do? Just as Xiaohua was channeling his soul technique to defend against Ao Jiao, two water dragons flew out from the blue sea in the sky. They both looked like Ao Jiao and attacked Ao Sheng from both sides. What was more special was that Lihan heaven was originally an illusion created by Ao Jiao's soul. Now, between the two water dragons, there was another kind of seal that trapped Ao Sheng like a giant hand. While Ao Sheng was panicking, the dragon horn on top of his head shone like a crystal. This light was first restrained and Ao Sheng's golden dragon horn was suddenly transparent. Strands of blood could be seen. Then, a drop of golden dragon blood oozed out from the dragon horn. As soon as this drop of dragon blood came out, the dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly shrank and rushed towards the dragon blood. Woo-woo! The wind was so strong that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire Lihan heaven apart. Even the two water dragons were cut into countless pieces by the hurricane. Of course, just as the pieces were formed, the water light in the water dragons flowed and the cracks disappeared. The water dragons still surrounded Ao Sheng. The dragon blood flowed into the dragon chi and emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, the dragon blood exploded with a bang. Thousands of dragon runes wriggled in the dragon blood and protected Ao Sheng's dragon body in a few breaths of time. A layer of blood-red dragon armor was formed. Hee. The two water dragons sneered at the same time. Real blood armor. Real blood armor. I didn't expect your blood to be so pure. The heavens are really helping me. Little kid, come over here. As they spoke, the two water dragons rushed towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked. Dragon runes rushed out from the scales all over his body, like countless flying swords dancing, trying to stop the water dragons from getting closer. Boom, boom, boom. The flying swords fell into the water dragons. Although the water dragons were full of holes, Ao Jiao's ecstasy did not diminish. The water dragons also healed instantly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already in front of Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng roared. His dragon claws slashed through the air. A sharp cold light flashed and the two water dragons were cut in half. Ao Sheng's dragon tail then cut the two water dragons into 4 halves. Ha! Ao Jiao laughed, his voice roaring within 1,000 miles. In my Lihan heaven, even Ao Jia would be at my mercy, let alone a little kid like you. With this voice, the space around the water dragons inexplicably produced thousands of water silks. The water silks fell into the water dragons, and the two water dragons were as good as new again. They were still rushing towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dragon breath. Several dragon runes also flew out, but the dragon runes flashed in the air for a moment and quickly dimmed. It seemed that the dragon clan's magic could not be used in Lihan heaven. Damn it! Ao Sheng cursed. His body shone again. This shimmering light began to rotate with Ao Sheng's body. Layers of void cracks appeared around Ao Sheng, forcing the water dragons to retreat. Woo! The ear-piercing sound of water once again soared into the air. The water dragon instantly grew several times in size, and then fearlessly dove into the crack in the void. Sizzle! Nearly 70% of the water dragon was swallowed by the crack in the void, but the remaining 30% passed through the crack and condensed again near Ao Sheng's body. Once the water dragons were condensed, they immediately rushed towards Ao Sheng's body to kill him. Although Ao Sheng's real blood-bright armor emitted a blood-red color and blocked the fatal attack of the water dragons, the bright armor creaked as it was twisted by the water dragons. Ao Sheng, who was inside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Ao Sheng also knew that he was definitely no match for Ao Jiao. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on Xiaohua. Therefore, even though dragon blood was seeping out of his body, he still ignored the water dragon's greediness and flew towards Xiaohua with all his might. The danger that Xiaohua faced was even greater than Ao Sheng's. The huge dragon head emitted a dragon's aura and rushed towards Xiaohua. The power was like a giant peak, and before it even got close, Xiaohua's body was already shaking from the impact. Xiaohua hurriedly retreated, and the green seal script appeared again between his eyebrows. The mysterious sigh sounded again, and within hundreds of miles, red clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and waves of rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Ao Jiao was shocked. The falling dragon head stopped there, and an incredulous expression appeared on its transparent face. And with the washing of the rain, the dragon head that was originally condensed from seawater actually had mottled marks. The marks became bigger and bigger, like boiling water falling into a snowball, gradually melting. Hee. Xiaohua sneered. Sure enough, there is seawater in Lihan heaven, but in fact, it is all your soul. If I take out rainwater out of thin air, I'm afraid it will be completely opposite to your seawater. Human race, oh human race, you are indeed smart. But where did you get the rainwater? Do you think this old man will give you a chance? Ao Jiao laughed loudly. Seeing that half of the huge dragon head had disappeared, the remaining dragon head suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! A wave visible to the naked eye rushed into the sky, and wherever the wave passed, it was like a giant hand, wiping away all the red clouds. Xiaohua's art of clouds and rain was broken by Ao Jiao just like that. Damn it! Xiaohua thought to himself. This Ao Jiao's art of Lihan heaven seems to be similar to a soul technique, and his soul is incomparably tough, comparable to Ao Sheng's dragon body. It is not a big deal that my soul technique was broken by him. But, if that is the case, how can I use the art of clouds and rain? This is really troublesome. Xiaohua pondered in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Just as Ao Jiao's fluctuations calmed down, Xiaohua slapped his forehead with his right hand. Wung. A violent rumbling sound was produced, and a dark green brilliance flashed, and a soul sword completely surrounded by soul threads flew out. This soul sword was not visible to the naked eye, but Ao Jiao could see it clearly. With a loud cry, Ao Jiao's dragon head suddenly dived, wanting to hide in the so-called sea, but the soul sword was like lightning. Ao Jiao had just descended 100 feet when the soul sword had already pierced Ao Jiao's dragon head. A strange space twisted, and there was a burst of horrifying wailing and howling. One could even see traces of Sanskrit appearing, and the soul sword fiercely rushed into the dragon head. Moreover, the soul sword's momentum did not stop, and it continued to pierce more than 1,000 feet. Wherever the soul sword passed, Ao Jiao's soul turned into nothingness. Alas, what a pity! Xiaohua was happy at first, but when he saw that the soul sword had already pierced more than 1,000 feet, he saw that only a small part of Ao Jiao's huge dragon body was destroyed, and at the bottom of the dragon body was separated from the sea. Xiaohua also understood that he had only killed a wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, and it was impossible to completely destroy Ao Jiao. The soul sword's momentum was extinguished, and it stopped inside Ao Jiao's soul. The remaining soul began to counterattack, and the soul sword let out a roar. Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds also surged, and an indescribable pain appeared in his mind. Not good. Xiaohua had long known the shortcoming of the soul sword, so he had never used it easily. Today, he had no choice but to use it. He had only killed a dragon's soul, and it had already caused discomfort in his soul. He immediately felt a warning in his heart. Looking at Ao Jiao again, how could she not know Xiaohua's misgivings? Between the evil grins, the previously severed connection was restored. That soul once again danced, preparing to devour Xiaohua's soul sword. Facing such a powerful Ao Jiao, Xiaohua's mind raced. Then his soul strands trembled, and fell into the mysterious dark clouds. He grabbed Little White Dragon and dragged him out. Little White Dragon was suddenly dragged out, and it did not understand the situation at all. However, when it saw a kind of dragon's might that could suppress it to the point that it could not breathe, how could it not know that Xiaohua was in danger? Little White roared without hesitation, and its figure flew out, pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Ao Jiao was somewhat caught off guard, and Little White Dragon pounced on her soul. It opened its big mouth and tore at her soul, and that dragon's claws grabbed onto her soul, tearing it apart. Seeing that Ao Jiao's soul was destroyed by Little White Dragon, Xiaohua took the opportunity to retrieve his soul sword. West Sea Fire Dragon Soul? Which West Sea Dragon King's soul are you? When Ao Jiao saw Little White Dragon, he immediately felt the terrifying Fire Dragon Soul's aura within his soul, and could not help but cry out. Why would Little White Dragon answer him? He sneered and said, "Since you know that I am the West Sea Dragon King, why don't you quickly bow down and surrender?" "Ha, little dragon, you indeed have the aura of a dragon king, but your bloodline is different from my Four Seas dragon race. Although it looks noble, it is not a pure dragon bloodline. How can a little dragon like you be the West Sea Dragon King?" Ao Jiao seemed to be in a good mood as he laughed heartily and said, "There's a little kid with an incomparably pure bloodline from the Dragon Island over there who gave me a bloodline, and you, an unknown little dragon, gave me a dragon soul. I really don't know how I should thank you all." Xiaohua heard from afar, and sneered, "There is no need for this. This Xiao will give you dragon vein energy. Let's see if you have the fortune to enjoy it." While speaking, Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and dragon vein Xiaohua rushed out of his body, transforming into a dragon form and pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Hiss! When Ao Jiao saw dragon vein Xiaohua, his heart could not help but tremble in the face of dragon vein Xiaohua's rock-solid dragon chi. As a soul, he could understand the power of dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon chi better than those dragons with dragon bodies. Swish! Without waiting for dragon vein Xiaohua to get close, a loud sound of water rang out, and a dragon head that was several times larger than before once again emerged from the surface of the sea. The dragon head's mouth was wide open, and at the 3 dragon horns, the scarlet dragon horns flashed a scarlet red, illuminating the entire dragon head in red. This scarlet dragon head's dragon might was even stronger, far surpassing the previous one. Waves of dragon chi condensed in the surroundings, and actually gave birth to a magic treasure like jade. Chapter 40:18. Ao Jiao's means were not limited to this. With a series of splashing sounds, 2 more dragon heads flew out of the sea, one to replenish the soul that was previously torn apart by Little White Dragon, and the other to roll toward Xiaohua. "It's really tricky." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng flying in the distance, almost strangled by Ao Jiao's soul. He hurriedly urged the heavenly law embodiment technique, took out the wishful steel staff again, and waved it to rescue Ao Sheng. Rumble! Although the wishful steel staff was not the real wishful steel staff and could not completely break away from the 5 elements, Ao Jiao's soul could still be killed by it. The wishful steel staff struck down, and Ao Jiao's soul was beaten until it was dim, and Xiaohua was much closer to Ao Sheng. Woo woo woo. Just as Xiaohua was flying, the wind blew and the clouds shook in the space behind him. The weather changed drastically. The dragon vein Xiaohua and Ao Jiao's scarlet-red soul clashed. The draconic chi collided, causing the space within 1,000 miles to become chaotic. Looking at Little White, it was even more powerful. Dragon roars resounded and claw shadows appeared one after another. Little White tore the soul that had just been born into pieces in just a moment. Moreover, Little White opened its mouth and devoured the soul fragments. If it was under normal circumstances, Little White Dragon would have already won. Unfortunately, this was Lihan Heaven, and Ao Jiao had been sacrificial refining Lihan Heaven for who knows how many days, and his soul was almost infinite. Roar! There were a few more sounds, and 3 more souls came out one after another, and rushed towards Little White Dragon from 3 different places. Poof! The wishful steel staff stabbed deeply into the head of one of Ao Jiao's soul, and the soul dimmed and dissipated, falling into the sea. Looking at these fragments, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved, and his mind sank into the mysterious cloud, and the soul cultivator Xiaohua was pulled out of it. Brr! Xiaohua roared and stirred the wishful steel staff. The soul cultivator Xiaohua took the opportunity to draw these floating soul fragments into his body. Ao Sheng had already flown close, and he seemed to be a little exhausted. The 2 water dragons had twisted Ao Sheng's dragon body into a fried dough twist, and if it were not for Xiaohua, Ao Sheng would have been killed by Ao Jiao. At this time, when Ao Sheng saw Xiaohua, he was more affectionate than when he saw the elders of the Dragon Hall, and shouted loudly, "Jinren Xiao, save me! Don't worry! This old man is coming!" Xiaohua released his secret attack and shouted anxiously. His body expanded to 100 zhang as he flew towards Ao Sheng. But right at this moment, cold laughter resounded from the space around Xiaohua, and then 3 strands of Ao Jiao's soul transformed into water dragons that flew out from the spatial rift and obstructed Xiaohua's path. Not waiting for Xiaohua to wave the wishful staff, the 3 separated souls surrounded Xiaohua and swam toward Xiaohua. Damn it! What should we do? Xiaohua slightly opened his delusion-breaker Dharma eyes and saw that although the huge dragon head was staring at Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua under his feet, the dragon head was no different from before. In other words, Xiaohua's hard work for such a long time did not cause any substantial harm to Ao Jiao. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was in the same place as these 3 soul splits. He was complaining even more in his heart. These 3 divided souls were much more powerful than the previous ones. His wishful staff was no longer as weak as before. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had killed 3 divided souls. However, at the same time, 3 more divided souls were born. Little White Dragon killed 5 divided souls, but at the same time, 5 divided souls were still fighting with Little White Dragon. Only Dragon Vein Xiaohua's opponent was still the red dragon head. Although the dragon head was bitten to a pulp, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body also began to be damaged. As for Ao Sheng, he was in the most dangerous situation at this time. He could no longer fly. 2 divided souls were tightly entangling him, and the true blood-bright armor on the surface of his body was damaged. Roar! Seeing that Ao Sheng was in danger and that Xiaohua could not arrive in time, Ao Sheng hurriedly roared again. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized golden light flew out. Inside the golden light was a thumb-sized dragon crown. Purple dragon crown? Ao Jiao found that the dragon face instantly appeared under Ao Sheng's feet. Looking at the dragon crown, she cried out in surprise, "Those damn Dragon Island, they actually gave you the purple dragon crown. They are really biased." As she spoke, the purple dragon crown had already landed between Ao Sheng's dragon horns. A layer of brilliant, dazzling light purple dragon pattern appeared from the purple dragon crown, turning into a dragon robe that covered Ao Xing's dragon body. Wherever the dragon robe went, Ao Jiao's two divided souls screamed and turned into ashes. Even the wounds on Ao Xing's dragon body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. For Ao Xing roared with joy. His dragon body twisted and the purple dragon crown overflowed with thousands of soaring dragon shapes. These dragon shapes brushed past Lihen Heaven, and the area that Ao Jiao imprisoned was broken. A path to the sky had already appeared in front of Ao Xing. Ao Xing moved his body, but only flew a few hundred feet before stopping again. This seemingly spoiled little dragon actually leaped and flew toward Xiaohua. It seemed that he wanted to take Xiaohua with him. Damn it! Ao Jiao's violent voice came from all directions. Huge heads appeared in the area that Ao Xing had rushed out from. So what if you have the purple dragon crown? I may not be able to kill you now, but I have trapped you for 1,000,000 years. However, this old man has trapped you for over 1,000,000 years. Once this old man refines the purple dragon crown, you will still be my prey. Hiss. Ao Xing took a breath and turned his head to look at the place that he wanted to fly out from. Were there not a few divided souls waiting for him to fall into their mouths? Damn it, this Ao Jiao is too powerful. Ao Xing felt a sense of powerlessness. If I didn't turn around to save Zhenren Xiao, I'm afraid I would have been trapped by him. He's not even afraid of the purple dragon crown? This folded jade legacy realm is indeed a fragment of the dragon realm. Only by cultivating in such a fragment of the dragon realm can one surpass the control of the purple dragon crown? Zhenren. Ao Xing landed beside Xiaohua. The dragon robe around him overflowed and wanted to bring Xiaohua into it. However, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was now quite repelling the dragon chi of the purple dragon crown. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. The silver-white eyes of the delusion breaker eye flashed ruthlessly. After a moment, Xiaohua said, Ao Xing, is there any flaw in this Lihen Heaven? Or, as far as you know, is there any way to break it? Ao Xing almost cried out, Zhenren. If there was any way to break it, I would have told you. In this Lihen Heaven, unless your cultivation is higher than Ao Jiao's, or you have a way to completely destroy Ao Jiao's soul. What other way is there? Don't you see? Ao Jiao has merged his soul with Lihen Heaven. He can transform into as many souls as he wants. His soul can appear anywhere in Lihen Heaven. Zhenren can't find his real soul. Of course, if Zhenren has the means to find it, that's another story. However, even if Zhenren finds it, how can Zhenren compare with this old man's soul? Damn it, why am I so unlucky? To destroy Ao Jiao's soul, I may not be able to do it, but to find Ao Jiao's soul, I naturally have a way. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He looked at Ao Jiao's soul, which was afraid of Ao Xing's purple dragon crown, and then looked at the dozens of water dragons surrounding the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua. They entangled the two together like how they entangled Ao Xing. Both the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua were trapped and unable to move. Xiaohua said faintly, however, Ao Xing, you have to swear that you will not say a word about what you saw today. Otherwise, of course. Ao Xing was overjoyed and shouted, I can swear to the dragon ancestor that I will never say a word about what I saw today. If I say a word, let me never find my beloved concubine. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder came out of nowhere, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared in the thunder, giving Ao Xing a fright. He looked at the phantom in disbelief, and his face was filled with astonishment. Make a proper dragon oath. Xiaohua looked at the shadow with boundless dragon might and said, This is a fragment of the dragon realm. Your dragon oath will be taken away by the dragon ancestor. This dragon oath is also the foundation to protect your little life. Alright. Ao Xing clenched his teeth and a drop of dragon blood flew out. Ao Xing chanted in the dragon language, Dragon ancestor above, this little dragon Ao Xing makes a dragon oath that I will never say a word about what happened today. No matter what the dragon race interrogates me, I will not say a word. If I say a word, I will immediately be stripped of my dragon blood by the dragon ancestor. I will fall into the mortal Tao and never be reincarnated. The dragon blood boiled and turned into a line of blood that fell into the dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon-shaped phantom lit up as if it was the finishing touch, and then it rushed into the void and disappeared. All right. Xiao Huan nodded and ordered, "Stay away from me. The divine ability that I am about to use is not something that I can control. Of course, if I am unable to kill Ao Jiao, Ao Xing, you can take advantage of the chaos to escape." Ao Xing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Xiao Hua's solemn expression, he did not dare to say anything and moved away. Just as Ao Xing left, the wind howled and countless water dragons with the same dragon head rushed out. Like vines, they trapped Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body. As the water dragons attacked, Xiao Hua's demon body showed signs of collapsing. This showed how powerful Ao Jiao was. Now, all of Lihan heaven was filled with towering pillars of water. Each pillar of water was a part of Ao Jiao's soul. It was like a ghostly cultivator, and as Ao Sheng said, Xiao Hua would not be able to escape from Lihan heaven if he could not kill all of them at once. Wang. Xiao Hua did not care about the strangulation of Ao Jiao's soul at all. He patted his forehead and there was a buzzing sound. A silver light pillar the size of a fist appeared from the delirium breaker eye. With a loud bang, it rushed into the sea below him. Woo-woo. As soon as the light pillar touched the sea, it immediately created a silver vortex. This silver vortex rotated extremely fast and the silver color covered the sea like lightning. Chapter 40:19. Swish, swish, swish. As the silver color dyed the dozens of water dragons that were entangling Xiao Hua, the little white dragon, and the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, these water dragons first lost the appearance of Ao Jiao, and then disappeared into thin air. Even in a moment, all the water pillars fell on the surface of the water, and they no longer looked as arrogant as before. However, the entire sea surface of Lihan heaven still existed and did not completely disappear. Damn it, what kind of supernatural power is this? Under the silver light pillar, within the vortex, Ao Jiao's face appeared. His face was full of surprise, but there was little fear. You can actually pin this old man's soul? However, how long do you think this supernatural power of yours can pin this old man? As he spoke, Ao Jiao's face began to distort. The vortex under the light pillar also began to reverse, and the silver color that was previously all over the sea surface gradually retreated. Even in Xiao Hua's delusion breaker Dharma eye, the silver eyes began to flicker. Even the delusion breaker Dharma eye could not control Ao Jiao's supernatural power. Just at that moment, an angry roar came from Xiao Hua's mouth. Shortly after, Xiao Hua abruptly raised his left hand. Woo! A pitch-black light flashed and the moan of an ancient demonic creature was heard. Along with that moan, the bronze light around Xiao Hua's body instantly disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black flames and crimson blood. The flames were even darker than the demonic flames from before. It was like a sparkling and translucent crystal. In particular, there were tens of thousands of tiny threads, and within those threads were countless malevolent demonic creatures that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to pounce out. With the birth of the flame and the crimson color, a demon armor appeared on the surface of Xiao Hua's body. This demon armor was also filled with crimson and demons, and a kind of power that could swallow the heavens and the earth continuously gushed out. Not only that, at this moment, around Xiao Hua's body, a layer of several inches of space had been burned out by the dense flames. This space was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, and not a single ray of light was able to escape. One after another, indescribable demonic creatures flowed out from within the space. These demonic creatures flowed into a hexagonal region behind the demon god Xiao Hua's head, and then flowed out from within the hexagonal region. At this moment, the hexagonal region was merely an outline, but that outline distorted the nearby space, making it impossible for the naked eye to see through it. Ao Jiao did not know what to say in the face of such a strange change. His soul had survived in the fragment of the dragon realm for so long, and this was the first time that absolute fear appeared in his heart. The aura emitted by this terrifying flame was not inferior to the dragon chi in the realm of the folded jade. Ao Jiao looked at the demon god Xiao Hua's face that was covered by a layer of demon armor. The two blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust, and complemented the ruthlessness of the silver-white eyes. Ao Jiao's heart panicked, and hurriedly wanted to abandon the silver-white pillar of light and escape, but the silver-white pillar of light was like a nail that nailed Ao Jiao's soul. No matter how Ao Jiao moved, he could not break free. Who? The demon god Xiao Hua did not give Ao Jiao any chance to struggle. With a wave of his left hand, the demon blade appeared, and the entire Lihin heaven's celestial phenomenon changed. From the void around the demon god Xiao Hua's body, countless tiny black threads flew out. These black threads carried with them a thick flame and crimson color, and instantly covered the entire Lihin heaven. Even Ao Xing, who was far away, was surrounded. Poor Ao Xing was like a child who had a nightmare. He tightly curled into a ball, and looked at the demon god Xiao Hua in horror. The demon god's murderous aura seemed to be able to strangle Ao Xing at any time. He also finally understood why Xiao Hua must make him swear a dragon oath. Damn it! Ao Jiao cursed angrily. Purple chi appeared at the dragon's head. As soon as this purple chi appeared, the dragon's head instantly shrank. However, this purple chi actually held up the pillar of light of the delirium breaker Dharma Eye, and the dragon's head took the opportunity to escape. Even when the dragon's head just left the vortex controlled by the silver-white pillar of light, it immediately divided into countless tiny dragon souls, and swam in all directions. The demon god Xiao Hua saw it clearly through the delirium breaker Dharma Eye. The demon blade in his left hand chopped down, and a faint black light flashed. Not only was Ao Jiao's soul split in half, but the endless dragon souls that were born were also split in half. However, the strange thing was that after all the souls were split, they only paused for a moment. Then, ha! Big and small laughter could not be suppressed in the whole Lihin heaven. All the souls were active again. Even Ao Jiao's main soul was split into two, twisting arrogantly. Woo-woo. Just when Ao Jiao felt that she had escaped the fatal blow of the demon blade and wanted to counterattack again, the demon blade roared and turned into a demon dragon. It rushed out from Xiao Hua's hand and flew towards one of Ao Jiao's main souls. At the same time, at the edge of all the souls that were split by the demon blade, strands of black silk appeared strangely. With the appearance of these black silk, the demon flames that were previously all over Lihin heaven suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of demons, madly pouncing on Ao Jiao's soul and the seemingly endless sea. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua that Xiao Hua had sent to the sea surface earlier, now also quietly appeared. Just like an ear-piercing sound, it was attached to another soul of Ao Jiao. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua's soul silk was even denser than the black silk and wrapped around Ao Jiao's main soul. The soul silk tore and devoured the soul strands. The image of the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was becoming clearer little by little. Roar! Half of Ao Jiao's main soul was fighting with the demon dragon. The other half roared madly, resisting the demon formed by the black silk and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. In the distance, little white dragon and dragon vein Xiao Hua roared at the same time. They separately pounced over and attacked the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Ao Jiao's Lihin heaven was formed by her soul. In this kind of illusion that was comparable to an enchantment, Ao Jiao was almost invincible, not to mention being killed by others. Any trace of his soul could be turned into the future Ao Jiao. This was similar to the ghost cultivator Huang Yi's inextricable links on that day. Moreover, Ao Jiao cultivated Lihin heaven in this fragment of the dragon realm. It was far more advanced than the dragon chi of the dragon island. Even if the ninth elder of the dragon island came, he may not be able to escape from this Lihin heaven, let alone kill Ao Jiao's soul. However, he was unlucky to encounter Xiao Hua. The demon god Xiao Hua's blood drop paradise had undergone the tempering of the fluctuations in the blood pool of the gods and devils. It had already undergone a qualitative improvement. Moreover, the demon blade had suppressed countless demons. These demons were the incarnations of the demon dragon, which was just enough to restrain Ao Jiao's thousands of divided souls. Now, Even if Ao Jiao wanted to split a trace of her soul to escape, it was not realistic. For demon god Xiaohua saw that they were evenly matched. He roared and pounced forward. With a wave of his hands, a not-so-successful blood-drop paradise trapped the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Layers of black flames and layers of blood light alternately burned and attacked. The soul was cut off piece by piece. The whole world was fighting, endless devouring. The demon qi chased after the soul, and the soul fought against the demon qi. In the demon qi, Ao Sheng looked at the distant demon dragon and demon god Xiaohua enviously as they devoured Ao Jiao's soul. To be able to cultivate Lihen Heaven's soul, how could ordinary souls compare? It was rare in the world. If he used the secret technique of the dragon clan to devour some, it would definitely be of immeasurable value to Ao Sheng's future cultivation. Unfortunately, Ao Sheng did not dare to get close. When the demonic saber was waved, the saber's blade also stopped in front of Ao Sheng for a moment. Although he was protected by the purple dragon crown, Ao Sheng could already smell the blood in the demonic saber's blade. The incomparably pure blood in his body froze at that moment. He was afraid that Xiaohua had forgotten that he had already made a dragon oath. Fortunately, the demon blade flashed away, and Ao Sheng felt that he had returned to the human world from the underworld. Therefore, he now only hoped that Xiaohua could devour Ao Jiao's soul, so that he could get rid of this feeling of fear. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to one's wishes, even if it was a small elder of the Dragon Island. The devouring of the entire Lihen Heaven lasted for dozens of days. The battle within was not known to outsiders. Ao Sheng himself was in Lihen Heaven and did not know the specific situation. He only saw that the demon qi in the space was either rich or thin, and the sea blue color was also changing with the thinness of the demon qi. However, in the end, the demon dragon devoured half of Ao Jiao's main soul, rushed to the left hand of the demon god Xiaohua and disappeared. The entire Lihen Heaven was completely filled with demon qi. Roar! As the demon god Xiaohua roared to the sky, all the demon qi rapidly rolled back like thousands of streams returning to the origin, and disappeared into the blood-red armor of the demon god Xiaohua. When the armor slowly disappeared into the surface of Xiaohua's body, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who seemed to be nearly 100 feet tall, flashed into the mysterious dark clouds in the demon qi. The little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua also shook their heads and wagged their tails, and returned very comfortably. In the end, the demon god Xiaohua withdrew the blood drop cave, revealing a plain thousands of miles in size. The endless dragon qi set off a gust of wind from all directions, blowing the dust into the air. The demon god Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. All the demon qi and the demon armor disappeared, and Xiaohua's body also shrank. Pa! Xiaohua fell out of the sky, smashing into a huge rock on the ground. Jinren Xiao! Ao Sheng was like a fish in water, wantonly for a moment in the dragon qi. Seeing Xiaohua's body fall, he flew closer for a moment in fear, but then he looked into the distance again, as if thinking about something. However, in just a few breaths, he made the wisest choice. He flew in front of Xiaohua and said anxiously, Jinren Xiao, yes? Following Ao Sheng's call, Xiaohua opened his eyes. A touch of blood mixed with a wisp of cold light flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. Even Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon body trembled slightly. Xiaohua stood up, closed his eyes for a moment, and sighed, Alas! I am a little further away from the mortal world. Jinren Zhao's cultivation has increased again? Ao Sheng said with a flattering smile, Then I must congratulate Jinren Zhao. What cultivation? Xiaohua shook his head. Although this Zhao's demonic secret technique is extremely powerful, I do not dare to use it lightly. Because every time I use it, some of my emotions will be taken away. Over time, this Xiao will become a demonic creature that only knows how to kill. At that time, under that blade, although I can kill Ao Jiao immediately, will also be killed by this Xiao. Chapter 40-20. Yes, it's better if Taoist doesn't use such a powerful secret technique. Ao Sheng shrunk his neck and smiled. At the same time, I also thank Taoist for sacrificing himself to save me. Xiaohua looked coldly at Ao Sheng as if he still hadn't escaped from the devil's realm, and said, "You only need to remember your dragon oath, don't say anything else." "Yes, yes, Xiaolong understands." Ao Sheng replied obediently. Then, Xiaohua took out a yin-yang bracelet and handed it to Ao Sheng, saying, "Go, collect all the stones here." "Stones? What does Taoist want them for?" Ao Sheng was a little confused. Xiaohua didn't answer. He also took out a yin-yang pouch, flew towards a place, and used his body and mind to collect the stones. Alright. Ao Sheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaohua starting to collect the boulders and reverting back to his greedy self. He looked at the seemingly endless plains and released his essence force to collect the boulders as well. After collecting all the stones, Ao Sheng returned the yin-yang bracelet to Xiaohua and probed, "Taoist, do you have news of Longyu?" "Not only do I have news of Longyu, I also have news of the Crystal Dragon scripture." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Sheng's body shook, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, where is the Crystal Dragon scripture?" "Don't you think you should tell me the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture first?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and chuckled. Ao Sheng sighed and said with a smile, "Taoist, don't tease me. Since Taoist has already swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, how can you not know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" "You're wrong." Xiaohua replied, "Ao Jiao doesn't know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture, it's also not here." "Where is the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Sheng asked. "Tell me first, what is the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Sheng smiled bitterly, "Taoist Xiao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know what the Crystal Dragon scripture is for. The elders only told me that the Crystal Dragon scripture was brought into the stacked Jade Legacy realm with Longyu and other things. If you find Longyu, you can find the Crystal Dragon scripture. I really don't know anything else." Xiaohua stared at Ao Sheng for a moment, and Ao Sheng didn't dare to shift his gaze away. After a moment, Xiaohua nodded and said, "This old man will believe you. Since the Crystal Dragon scripture was taken by Ao Yi and separated from the Dragon Jade, the Crystal Dragon scripture must be extremely important." Ao Yi? When Ao Sheng heard this name, he was even more scared than if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, "He can't be alive too. Damn it, no, he can't have also cultivatedly in heaven, right?" Xiaohua shrugged, shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." There was no more information in Ao Jiao's memory. However, it seems like only Ao Jiao has this hatred heavenly skill. Ao Yi doesn't. "How is this possible?" Ao Sheng exclaimed. "Ao Yi is the patriarch of the Ji clan and the 10th elder of the Dragon Hall. How could he not have it?" However, after Ao Sheng finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth as he realized that he had revealed something. As if he didn't hear anything, Xiaohua flew up and searched around with his Yuan Shin. Ao Sheng hurriedly flew up. He didn't dare to disturb Xiaohua and only followed closely behind. After half a day, they came to an extremely ordinary place. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pointed. "Come here, use your dragon breath to perform the soaring dragon technique." "All right." Ao Sheng didn't dare to delay. He flew over, opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Then, ripples appeared around his dragon horn and the dragon breath turned into a faint dragon in the ripples. "Go!" Following Ao Sheng's soft command, the dragon rushed to the sky like a cloud. However, just as it rushed out a few feet, a strange barrier blocked the dragon. The dragon's body paused for a moment and actually drilled into the barrier. A strange sound came from inside the barrier. An invisible wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew out from the barrier and seemed to be trying to escape. Before Ao Sheng could do anything, the delusion breaker Dharma eye in Xiaohua's forehead opened again. The silver-white light beam fell on the place where the dragon disappeared. The wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew around fiercely, but in the end, it couldn't escape the control of the light beam. As the light beam stirred, it fell into it and disappeared in an instant. Following the disappearance of the last wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, swoosh! As if a layer of color was cut off from the sky, Long Yu's head appeared in the sky. This long-used dragon head looked very ordinary, similar to the one in Xiaohua's space. In between the dragon head's eyebrows, there was a strange rune. It was somewhat different from the dragon rune, but it was also somewhat similar in shape. It looked very eye-catching. Ao Xing only saw Long Yu's shadow, he didn't even see the rune clearly. Xiaohua's mind rolled and Long Yu's head fell into his space. Taoist. Ao Xing hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "You must remember what you said earlier. After leaving the stacked Jade Legacy realm, you must give Long Yu to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back." "Can't you use the crystal dragon seal?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "If it wasn't for this old man, I'm afraid you would have lost your life here." "Aye, that's right." Ao Xing sighed and said, "I also think so. Of course, I know the truth of the matter, but the elders don't think so. They wholeheartedly want to take Long Yu and the crystal dragon seal back. Unless Taoist wants to fall out with my Dragon Island, otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. However, I feel that Taoist's future is limitless. There is no need to provoke Dragon Island now." Hee. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing and said, "This old man was somewhat negligent. I should have let you make a bigger dragon oath earlier." Looking at Xiaohua's gaze, Ao Xing felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course, I will also talk to the elders and ask them to give Taoist some more time to comprehend." Xiaohua nodded and asked again, "The time in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is somewhat different from Dragon Island, right? And although when the stacked Jade Legacy realm opens, the time here will tend to be the same as Dragon Island. However, the time here will ultimately be faster than Dragon Island. I have been waiting here for dozens of days. Maybe only dozens of days have passed on Dragon Island." Ao Xing explained, "And when the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes, the time here will accelerate again." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked probingly, "If this old man comprehends the Dragon Jade in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, will it take less time than on Dragon Island?" When Ao Xing heard, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said with a smile, "Taoist, for our training this time, other than the Dragon Jade, the most important thing is the Crystal Dragon Scripture. Since you are here comprehending the Dragon Jade, what should we do with the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Ao Xing, this old man's goal is the Dragon Jade. What is the Crystal Dragon Scripture? What does it do? This old man never knew about it." "Taoist, you can't be like this, right? Ao Xing, other than you, do the other dragons on Dragon Island also have a mission to find the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" "Yes, the 9 clans of Dragon Island, each clan will send 20 dragons to specifically search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Ao Xing no longer concealed and nodded his head as he answered. "Isn't that the case?" Xiaohua smiled. "Other than you, there are still 179 dragons looking for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. One more you doesn't count, one less you don't count. Why don't you cultivate here with this old man?" Ao Xing thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, if you don't want to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture, that's fine too. Can you tell me where the Crystal Dragon Scripture is? I'm going to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing's helpless expression and advised, "Actually, Ao Jiao only knows that Ao Qin went to a place called Deep Yu. Furthermore, the scenery in this stacked Jade Legacy realm will change at any time. It has been so many years, who knows where Deep Yun is? Of course, if you know, you can go by yourself." "Deep Yun?" Ao Xing frowned and said, "I have heard of this name before. It seems to be a dangerous place in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Since Taoist doesn't want to go, then I will go and search for it first. If I can find it, then I will turn back. At that time, I hope that Taoist can help me. What does Taoist think?" The current Ao Xing seemed to have matured a lot. He was extremely different from the Ao Xing that Xiaohua saw at the edge of Dragon Island. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing and then looked around. He nodded and said, "All right. You and I will each take half a step back. You go and search for that Deep Yun. I will meditate here. If you find it, you can come back and look for me. However, I am afraid that the scenery in the stacked Jade Legacy realm will change again soon. You have to hurry over before it changes." Many thanks for Daoist's help. Ao Sheng smiled and said, as for the problem of returning, this is not something that Daoist needs to worry about. My Dragon Island knows about the various changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm and already have countermeasures. Even if Daoist went somewhere else, I will still be able to find Daoist. Looks like you've already prepared for this. Xiao Hua replied meaningfully. Ao Sheng naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. Xiao Hua was saying that he could easily find Deep Eryun. He didn't say anything more. He swayed his dragon tail and flew into the air. He nodded towards Xiao Hua and flew towards a direction. After Ao Sheng flew far away, Xiao Hua released his Yuan sense. After seeing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, he flew to a hidden place and used the wishful rod to dig a small cave. He drilled in and sealed the cave with crushed stones. After sitting down cross-legged, his mind hastily entered the space. In the space, the complete dragon jade had already fused into one and turned into a sparkling and translucent dragon shape. This dragon shape had a multicolored luster overflowing. A kind of holiness was faintly born from the dragon's head. This holiness was so bizarre. It seemed to be different from everything in Dragon Island. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the jade archive for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at the strange rune on the dragon jade. An extremely loud dragon roar came from the rune. Then, an extremely powerful dragon might gushed out from the dragon jade, as if it wanted to kill Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was not anxious at all. He raised his hand and grabbed slightly. The space where the dragon jade was located was immediately sealed. All the dragon might disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4021. This is strange. After Jade Archive, Xiao Hua looked at the dragon jade. He noticed that the dragon jade had calmed down. There was no change, and the complete dragon transformation art did not appear. He could not help but be surprised. Previously, I could easily see the dragon transformation art. Why is it not possible this time? Oh, could it be that it also needs dragon blood? Jade Archive Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He raised his hand and took out a drop of dragon blood from the dragon's corpse that was previously stored in the space. The drop of dragon blood fell into the rune. The rune melted and decomposed in the dragon blood. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon runes gushed out from the dragon blood like a swarm of ants falling into the dragon jade. Then, the entire Longyu shone with a five-colored brilliance. Halos of light wrapped around the Longyu's body, and like a bamboo, the Longyu was divided into 6 parts. When the brilliance began to calm down, Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed a finger at the tail of the dragon jade. Buzz! The dragon jade issued a rumbling sound. More dragon runes than before turned into strands of crystal light and fell into Jade Archive Xiao Hua's hand. Moreover, as the number of crystal light increased, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure gradually changed. In the end, it also turned into the image of a huge dragon. However, this huge dragon's eyes were tightly closed. A halo appeared on its scales, resonating with the flickering of the dragon jade. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon shape shook and Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared within the dragon shape. Long Yu's halo also retracted. The runes that had disappeared appeared once again as the light rushed into the dragon head. Jade Archive Xiao Hua opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. No wonder Ao Jiao wanted to take this dragon jade away from Dragon Island. This dragon jade actually concealed a mystery. Not only does it have the dragon transformation art that I wanted, it also has the inheritance of Dragon Island's heavenly dragon language technique. This is strange. This heavenly dragon language technique. Why didn't it pass down through the bloodline of the dragon clan? Why did it pass down through this dragon jade? Moreover, this dragon transformation art is actually not a secret technique for demon beasts to cultivate into dragons. In the inheritance of Dragon Island's dragon clan, there is a method to mold the body in the dragon cleansing pool. However, since this method can mold the body, it can also be used to temper the body. Especially for demon beasts like Little White Dragon, whose original form is a python, it can use the dragon transformation art to cultivate and evolve into a dragon. As such, it became the so-called dragon transformation art. Ao Jiao only has the first half of Long Yu's body. Without the complete dragonization incantation, it's impossible for him to reconstruct his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Damn it, so the dragon cleansing pool wasn't what I thought it would be. The little white dragon's body would be molded as soon as it entered. However, little white dragon was already able to transform from a python into a dragon, completing all 9 levels of the dragonization incantation. Now, all that's left is just a few crucial parts. He only needs to cultivate a little more. Thinking of this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua flashed into the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing Jade Archive Xiao Hua appear, the little white dragon hurriedly asked, "Xiao Hua, where are you now? I feel that the draconic energy here is too dense. What's up with the soul that you and I devoured? My soul seems to be undergoing some inexplicable changes." This is the Dragon Island's stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua explained the ins and outs of the matter. The dragon cleansing pool that can remodel your body is here. However, if you want to remodel your body, you must first cultivate the complete dragonization art. Of course, the little white dragon smiled and said, "Isn't my dragonization art complete?" Speaking of this, the little white dragon came to a realization. Could it be, my dragonization art isn't complete? I still can't remodel my body? What should I do? The dragon race can't be compared to our human race. Similarly, it can't be compared to your original body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua explained, the dragon body is very mysterious. Not only can it absorb the power of the stars and moon, it can also absorb draconic energy. The dragon race even has the heavenly dragon technique. Therefore, the remodel of the dragon body isn't as simple as we thought. It requires a special method to successfully remodel it. And this method is the dragonization art. Xiao Hua, could it be that you found the last piece of the dragon jade? The little white dragon finally understood and said in surprise. That's right. Jade Archive Xiao Hua extended his index finger, and like a cold star, it landed between the little white dragon's eyebrows. It was also the place where the rune of the dragon jade was located. Boom. The little white dragon felt one rune after another rushing into his mind. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly coiled his body to carefully comprehend it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua withdrew his index finger and looked at the little white dragon's soul. He nodded slightly and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua inside the Soul Formation sky. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua looked a little strange. His whole body was several times bigger than before. In addition to his original appearance, there were also scales on his skin. These scales were faintly discernible, and there were also thousands of dragon patterns. Above Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's closed eyes, there were even 2 phantoms that looked like dragon horns. It seems that eating too much dragon soul also has its disadvantages. I'm afraid this dragon image won't disappear in a short time. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and flashed out of the mysterious cloud. He shouted, "Where is fellow Taoist dragon bloodline?" "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's figure appeared, his face filled with ecstasy. "I have a place to cultivate in the future. This dragon jade not only has the dragon transformation art, but also so many heavenly dragon technique and other dragon clan techniques. This time, we have really hit the jackpot." Fellow Taoist should quickly comprehend the dragon transformation art. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled proudly. If there is a chance, fellow Taoist should also follow the little white dragon's body molding. Okay. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua agreed and his figure disappeared. Jade Archive Xiao Hua returned to the space and instructed the green-robed Xiao Hua a few words. He was preparing to help the green-robed Xiao Hua comprehend the dragon transformation's secret art with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's expression changed and he immediately escaped from the space. Outside the space, inside the stacked Jade Heritage realm, the wind howled like a tiger. Another round of scenery began to change. Xiao Hua's figure swayed along with the cave in the air. Really troublesome. Xiao Hua stabilized his figure and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Xiao has just adapted to the appearance of the stacked Jade Heritage realm, and now I have to start again. Who knows what the scenery will be like after this? At this time, the gravel in front of the cave had already been blown away by the wind without a trace. Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the scenery outside that was as gorgeous as a layer of dusk. Inside, not only were there mountain ridges shifting, there were also many dragons struggling. After several hours, the changes in the scenery began to slow down. Boom! Xiaohua's figure shook and the mountain range also fell. It's finally over. Xiaohua smiled. Now I can cultivate in peace for a while. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua closed his eyes, outside the cave, the sound of wind rose again. Then with a loud boom, something hit the mountain range not far from Xiaohua. In these several hours, there were indeed many things that collided with the mountain range, but this time was different. A low groan sounded from that place, and then, a spiritual sense similar to an elemental thought swept through the cave and landed on Xiaohua's body. A faint human voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At this time, it was already too late for him to hide anything. After thinking for a while, he simply walked out of the cave and looked up. The scenery outside the cave had completely changed. A tall man with a full beard was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He was standing on top of a mountain rock not far away in astonishment. This man's armor was already abnormally damaged. There were many bloodstains on the armor, and there was even a bloody wound on the man's neck. Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao. When the man saw Xiaohua, he recognized him at a glance and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding in the cave?" Hee. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This stacked jade heritage realm is full of slaughter, and this Xiao's dharma body is the delicious food of those dragons. This Xiao is not a descendant of the dragons. Coming to this stacked jade heritage realm to train is just a coincidence, and I don't plan to gain anything from this training. Therefore, this Xiao simply found a place to hide, and when the time comes to train, I'll just follow you out." So that's how it is. When the man heard this, he said somewhat enviously, "Taoist Master's calm heart actually makes this one jealous. This one risked my life to enter the Dragon Island to train, just to obtain some of the ancient dragon's legacy. Now that I'm in the stacked jade heritage realm, I clearly know that I'm the prey of others, but I can't help but be greedy for some things. Oh, Taoist Master Xiao, this one is Jing Province's Ao Fengping. Previously, I saw Taoist Master in the Dragon Chi territory." "Oh, so it's Jing Province's Taoist Ao." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This one wishes Taoist Ao victory in advance, and success on the spot." When Ao Fengping heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He lowered his head to look at his appearance, and said with a bitter smile, "Taoist Master must be joking. Look at this one's sorry state. Just now, this one was sneak attacked by a cunning dragon. If it wasn't for this change in scenery, I'm afraid I would have already fallen into the dragon's stomach. But now, even if this one dodged the sneak attack, his injuries are quite heavy." Xiaohua nodded. "Since it's like this, Taoist Ao can heal his injuries here. This one can protect Taoist Ao." When Ao Fengping heard this, his eyebrows raised in joy, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Master." As he spoke, Ao Fengping took out a box of medicine from his bosom and consumed it. Immediately, clouds gushed out from his body, and wisps of awe-inspiring aura inexplicably gushed out, covering the surface of Ao Fengping's body. This is actually a bit strange. Seeing that Ao Fengping was actually able to use the Confucian cultivation technique in the stacked jade heritage realm, Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. How can he use the Confucian cultivation technique? After a full 2 hours, Ao Fengping finally withdrew his true qi, and then took out another set of armor to change into. "All right, Taoist Ao." Xiaohua cupped his hands again. "Since your injuries have already healed, this one will return to hide." "Taoist Master?" Ao Fengping hurriedly said, "This one has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." If Ao Xing had said so, Xiaohua would have directly replied with, "Since you don't know, then don't say it." But looking at Ao Fengping's sincerity, and thinking that they were both in the stacked jade heritage realm, he still nodded and said, "Taoist Ao, please speak." This one is all ears. Chapter 4022. Taoist Master Xiao, I want to say two things. Ao Fengping softly said, First, the stacked Jade Legacy Realm is not like the other places on Dragon Island. This is a fragment of the Dragon Domain. There are countless treasures inside. If Taoist Master can find one, it will definitely have a significant effect on your future cultivation. Taoist Master entered the Legacy Realm and actually hid in this mountain range to cultivate. Isn't this the so-called entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? If Taoist Master regrets in the future, you won't have this kind of opportunity again. Then what about the second? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Second, in this stacked Jade Legacy Realm, our human cultivators have become food for the dragons. Taoist Master's cultivation is extraordinary. How can you watch so many humans being eaten by the dragons? Taoist Master is a cultivator of the Tao sect. If you don't take this opportunity to form a relationship with the descendants of the dragons, when will you? The descendants of the dragons are also a force that can't be ignored in the hidden immortal continent. In the future, in fact, there is no need to wait for the future. Taoist Master's current strength is already intolerable by the Immortal Palace. If Taoist Master doesn't want to be killed by the Immortal Palace, forming a relationship with the descendants of the dragons is a bright path. If I form a good relationship with Dragon Island, wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to fight against the Immortal Palace? Xiaohua asked back. Taoist Master is looking down on Dragon Island too much. Ao Fengping laughed. Dragon Island has always only cared about the dragons of the 9 clans on the island. They don't even care about the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas, let alone us descendants of the dragons. As for forming a relationship with Taoist Master, it is only a joke in their eyes. That day when Taoist Master revealed his dragon body in the Dragon Chi realm, they thought of using Taoist Master. This kind of scheme, Taoist Master doesn't know. Then what does fellow immortal Ao mean? Xiaohua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Fengping replied, I have made an appointment with some fellow immortal to go to a certain place in the Legacy Realm. If Taoist Master can, please follow me. With my strength, I'm afraid I can't reach there safely. With Taoist Master's help, I have confidence. You actually know the place in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm? Xiaohua was a bit surprised. And you have a relationship with some fellow immortal? Could it be that you have already planned it? Ao Fengping smiled proudly. Since we are descendants of the dragons, we naturally have our secrets. The stacked Jadeite Legacy Realm is the most important part of the Dragon Island. We naturally know some of the secrets inside. Don't worry, Taoist Master. We're all cultivators of the human race. There's something vital to the cultivation of the human race there. If Taoist Master can help us, we definitely won't disappoint you. Can you tell this Xiao what it is and where it is? Xiaohua probed. Ao Fengping hesitated for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, This? I'm afraid I can't casually tell you this. When Xiaohua heard this, he shook his head even more. Then why would I go? The dragon chi here is very rich. Even if this Xiao casually cultivates a bit, it will still be stronger than outside. This Xiao will not do things that I have no confidence in. Alright. Ao Fengping thought for a moment and said, I can tell you the name of that place, but I can't tell you what it is. Xiaohua asked, Where? Deeper you. Ao Fengping immediately replied. Xiaohua's body shook violently. He swept a glance at Ao Fengping and asked curiously, Why did you go to that place? Oh, forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Then, Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He pinched his chin and bargained with a smile that wasn't a smile. This? If you tell this Xiao the secret to activating the true chi of a Confucian cultivator in the folded Jade Legacy Realm, this Xiao can consider it. Ao Fengping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Taoist Master, what do you want that Confucian cultivator's secret technique for? That thing can only be activated by Confucian cultivators with Dragon Chi. You're a Taoist cultivator. That secret technique is useless to you. This Xiao also understands Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua said with a smile. If you tell this secret technique to this Xiao, This Xiao will have another magical ability to help you. Isn't this what you need? Ah. Ao Fengping was surprised but also overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a jade eye and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Taoist master is really amazing. You're actually a Confucian cultivator. My previous words were rude. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and placed it on his forehead. He looked at it while waving his hand. Ao Fengping smiled. He was puzzled again. Since Taoist master is a Confucian cultivator, even if you have some outstanding Taoist cultivation, the Immortal Palace won't force you like this, right? Now that Taoist master and the Immortal Palace are in a terrible situation, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them in the future. Alas, this matter is hard to explain in a few words. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked around and said, since we're going, we'll leave now. You lead the way. This Xiao will study this jade eye for a while. Taoist master doesn't need to be anxious. Ao Fengping said with a smile. There are some other secret techniques in this jade eye. Taoist master should take a look. Okay, Xiao Hua said. He gave the jade eye to Xiao Hua and asked again, right? The scenery in the folded jade legacy realm has completely changed. How can you find the location of Deep Air Lake? Ao Fengping's figure flew up. It was actually a Confucian cultivator's flying technique. He smiled mysteriously. This is of course a little secret of us dragon race descendants. Hee, although the strength of the human race can't be compared to the dragon race can't compare with their brains. Xiao Hua smiled. He thought to himself, Ao Xing is a small clan elder of this dragon island. Even he can't be sure that he can find Deep Air Lake. Ao Fengping, a human outside of this dragon island, can do it. Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. What kind of secret is there in Deep Air Lake that can't be hidden by experts? Along the way, Ao Fengping kept changing directions. Sometimes he even had to turn back. However, Ao Fengping never had the slightest hesitation. It was as if he knew exactly where he was going. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Although they met some dragon race members during this period of time, they were all around the 5th or 6th grade of elemental energy. Their true strength couldn't be counted as anything. They were completely relying on the draconic chi of the stacking jade legacy realm to bully others. Facing Xiao Hua, they were miserable. Xiao Hua didn't release Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He only let Dragon Vein Xiao Hua control the draconic chi within 10 miles. He himself used both his hands and feet to become a dragon-subduing arhat. He took all the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into his space. Ao Fengping was dumbstruck. He had seen fierce people, powerful people, but when had he ever seen a Taoist cultivator who treated the dragon race like a loach? Wasn't this a little too fierce? That reverence in his heart was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. So much so that in the end, that reverence in his heart turned into fear and unease. He even suggested in a low voice, Taoist master. Occasionally killing a dragon race member doesn't count as anything, but Taoist master took in so many dragon race members. Aren't you afraid that the dragon island will get angry? After all, the dragon race is originally very few, and the dragon race itself reproduces extremely slowly. Every dragon, especially the pure-blooded dragon race, they are all recorded in the Dragon Book of the Dragon Island. The dragon race members who entered the Stacking Jade Legacy realm this time all have great origins. You doing this? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would know? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Fengping with a double meaning and replied with a grin. Alas, I was wrong. At this moment, Ao Fengping was already regretting. He clearly knew that Xiao Hua was hiding in the cave to meditate, but it definitely wasn't hiding as Xiao Hua had said. As for what Xiao Hua's purpose was, Ao Fengping was afraid that even if he cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Since you're regretting it, then you and I can part ways here. Xiao Hua smiled as he took out the jade eye and returned it to Ao Fengping, saying, however, fellow Taoist Ao won't be able to take back those secret techniques. Alas, it's too late. Ao Fengping raised his eyes to look at the distant mountain peak that seemed to be covered by a thick fog and said, we've already arrived at the edge of the deep Eryun. Is that so? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. He was somewhat bewildered. Since he had already arrived at the edge of the deeper yin, then what about Ao Sheng? Where did that Ao Sheng who claimed to be able to find him at any time run off to? Could it be that Ao Sheng didn't come to the deep Yuan at all? Just as they were talking, Ao Fengping stopped in midair and said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Immediately, Ao Fengping took out a fist-sized object from his bosom. This object looked like a walnut. It was black and had many wrinkles on it. Ao Fengping placed the object in his mouth and circulated his true qi. He used all his strength to blow into a groove on the object. Xiao Hua's ears didn't hear anything, but he could sense that there was a strange fluctuation coming from it. After Ao Fengping finished blowing, he put away that object and quietly waited in midair. His two ears slightly flapped, and after a long while, his ears trembled as if he had heard something. Then he softly said to Xiao Hua, "Taoist Xiao, there's been some unforeseen events. Right now, we can't directly go to the deeper Yuan. Taoist Xiao, please follow me." Xiao Hua disagreed and nodded. "I'll listen to Taoist Xiao's arrangements." All right, Ao Fengping didn't dare to be negligent. He descended and brought Xiao Hua to a nearby valley. Xiao Hua followed Ao Fengping and didn't release his true qi. At this time, he turned around a large stone in the valley, and his eyes lit up again. This was a bright and spacious place. The surroundings looked tall, but compared to other places, they were somewhat short fruit trees. Some lantern-like fruits hung on the fruit trees' branches. These fruits looked unripe and didn't have any special fragrance. Within these fruit trees, there were some collapsed fences and broken walls. When Xiao Hua and Ao Fengping appeared, 3 human cultivators in the fruit trees raised their heads and looked at the two rather vigilantly. "This is Taoist Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao," Ao Fengping hurriedly introduced. "I presume that the 3 of you have already met in the Dragon Qi realm. When I just arrived here, I was attacked by the Dragon clan of the West Sea, and then I encountered the changes in the Forgotten Realm. After that, I met Taoist Xiao. When I was recuperating, Taoist Xiao stood guard for me. Thinking that we needed manpower and that Taoist Xiao possessed remarkable abilities, I boldly invited Taoist Xiao to come with me." "Tao Fengpu, you are too bold." A human cultivator coldly said, "What authority do you have to bring a stranger here?" Chapter 40:23. That's right. What did we discuss before? The other human cultivator's face was also unkind as he asked. Ao Fengping's face was somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I naturally know about the previous agreement, but without Taoist Xiao, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Moreover, Taoist Xiao is a human cultivator. You all have seen his bloodline Dharma body. He is also a descendant of the Dragon clan, so he is also qualified to participate." "Shut up." The first human cultivator berated, "Don't quibble about anything. You are blatantly arbitrary. You two don't need to say anything more." The other human cultivator laughed. "Since Taoist Xiao has come here, he must also know about the matter of deep What's the use of saying so much? Since we need manpower, Taoist Xiao's arrival will be a great help." Immediately, the human cultivator turned his head and said, "I am Qingzhou's Ao Jianhong. Greetings, Taoist Xiao." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Ao." Xiao Hua smiled as he cupped his hands towards Ao Jianhong and said, "Since these 2 fellow Taoists don't welcome this Xiao, and this Xiao also brought fellow Taoist Ao Fengping here as an explanation to Ao Fengping, this Xiao won't stay here any longer. This is goodbye." Before Ao Jianhong could speak, the 2 human cultivators from before shouted at the same time, "Since you are here, how can you come and go as you please?" Ao Fengping was shocked. He was clear about Xiao Hua's strength. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. Taoist Xiao, please calm down. This old man will leave if he wants to leave, and stay if he wants to stay." Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, "This old man wants to see who dares to keep this Xiao. You dare to leave." The 2 human cultivators flew up and blocked Xiao Hua's path. Just as they were about to draw their swords, another wave of strange fluctuations came from another direction. Ao Jianhong saw it and immediately advised, Ao Yunqing Ao Yuzhong, don't be anxious. There are only 4 people here. Ao Fengping and I agree that Taoist Xiao should leave, but we can't make a decision now. How about we listen to fellow Taoist's opinion? Ao Jianhong hurriedly took out something similar to Ao Fengping and said something while blowing it. Why would Xiaohua care about this? He said indifferently, how can the likes of you decide where I come and go? As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure floated up, and he didn't even look at Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong before flying out of the gorge. Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Jianhong saw that Xiaohua wasn't giving him any face, and his complexion slightly changed. Ao Fengping, who was at the side, also knew Xiaohua's temperament these days. He knew that Xiaohua was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He hastily pulled on Ao Jianhong's scholarly robe, hinting Ao Jianhong to stop talking. Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong coldly snorted at the same time and raised their hands at the same time. 2 barricade-like confinement forces were born, and like shackles, they closed in on Xiaohua's flying figure. With one look, it was clear that the 2 of them had practiced joint attack techniques. Xiaohua coldly smiled, and his figure suddenly moved strangely. He raised his right fist and with a boom, his fist hit Ao Yunqing's strength. With a crisp sound, that awe-inspiring chi was instantly collapsed by Xiaohua's attack. Xiaohua's fist didn't stop, and it passed through space. With a pa sound, it hit Ao Yunqing's body. The true chi around Ao Yunqing's body surged, and his figure flew back uncontrollably, shua. Xiaohua didn't chase after Ao Yunqing. Instead, he raised his left hand and casually chopped down. The true chi sword in his left hand suddenly split Ao Yuzhong's strength into 2 halves. Even Ao Yuzhong's scholarly robe, which was not far away, had a sword mark. Ah? Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing both turned pale with fright. Your scholarly cultivation technique is not bad. If you were outside the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, you would still have the strength to fight with this old man. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and his figure didn't stop. He indifferently flew over and said, but under this dragon chi, you're using scholarly cultivation techniques again. In this old man's eyes, it's just a child's play. Hearing Xiaohua's words, the 2 of them were ashamed and angry. They looked at each other, and at the same time raised their hands to slap their foreheads. A clear sound rang out, and 2 dragon chi emitted from their bodies. Soon after, 2 dark dragon blood dharma bodies rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Damn it! Ao Fengping didn't dare to wait any longer. Thinking that Xiaohua had even captured a real dragon, how could Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's dragon blood dharma bodies be his opponent? They couldn't even be counted as an appetizer. Taoist Master Xiao? Why are you here? Seeing that the situation was already bad, when Ao Fengping didn't know what to do, a clear voice sounded from afar. Wasn't it Ao Moyun whom Xiaohua was familiar with? Xiaohua's figure stopped in the air. Looking at Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's ink-colored dragon blood dharma bodies, and then thinking about Ao Moyun's pitch-black dragon body in the Dragon Chi realm, he seemed to have understood something. Hee, Mr. Moyun, we meet again. Xiaohua ignored the 2 dragon descendants who thought themselves infallible. He cupped his hands towards Ao Moyun and said meaningfully, it seems that Mr. Moyun came to the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm prepared long ago. Ao Moyun also didn't have any special secrets. He said with a smile, what the spiritual master said is right. I came to the Dragon Island to gain experience because of this deep Yuan. Saying that, Ao Moyun turned his head and berated Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing. Why aren't you too quickly withdrawing your dharma bodies? These methods are useless in front of the spiritual master. Moreover, the spiritual master is a merciful and compassionate person. He definitely won't spoil our plans. The 2 seemed to listen to Ao Moyun's words. They withdrew their dragon blood dharma bodies, flew to the side, and stood there seemingly unconvinced. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't lower yourself to their level. Ao Moyun said with a smile. Presumably, the spiritual master has already seen it on the traveling Dragon Island. Because of this matter, too many dragon descendants have been lost. We have to be careful. This matter has nothing to do with this Xiao. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This Xiao just happened to meet Ao Fengping and sent him here. This Xiao will pretend that he didn't see anything. Goodbye. Hee, spiritual master, don't worry. Ao Moyun hurriedly said again, I was saved by the spiritual master on the traveling dragon island earlier, but I never had the opportunity to repay you. Now that I see the spiritual master again, it's the heavens who gave me to the spiritual master. It's also an opportunity for me to repay the spiritual master. What do you mean? Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked. Ao Moyun looked around, raised his hand and said, Spiritual master, please come with me. I'll break it down for you. Good. Xiao Hua was still at ease with Ao Moyun. He nodded and followed Ao Moyun to the broken wall between the fruit trees. Spiritual master Xiao. Ao Moyun pointed at the fruit trees and said with a smile, Does the spiritual master know what these fruit trees are? How would I know? Xiao Hua glanced at the fruit and replied. Spiritual master can pick a few fruits to try. Oh? Is there anything strange about it? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and sure enough, the fruits on the fruit trees didn't move at all, as if they were cast in iron. Xiao Hua was about to use more strength when Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. I know that the spiritual master is strong. Spiritual master shouldn't use too much strength. This is the dragon heart fruit of the dragon domain. It's precious. However, the dragon heart fruit can't be picked from the fruit tree before it ripens. Otherwise, it will turn into water vapor and disappear. That's strange. Xiao Hua withdrew his hand and said puzzledly, The stacked jade Forgotten Realm has been closed for so many years, and the time inside is different from the Dragon Island. This dragon heart fruit should have ripened, right? Why is it still like this? I don't know. Ao Moyun shook her head. It seems that the ripening of the dragon heart fruit requires other opportunities, right? What's the use of the dragon heart fruit? Xiao Hua asked again. Ao Moyun shook her head and said, I don't know the specific use, but it is said that the profound armor pentagonal holy dragon obtained a ripe dragon heart fruit in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. Tish. Xiao Hua didn't believe it and shook his head. The dragon race only has one great sage of the demon race, and there are many rumors about him. Who knows which is true and which is false? At this point, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked again, Since the dragon heart fruit can't leave the fruit trees, can the fruit trees leave the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm? I don't know either. Ao Moyun smiled even more bitterly, not knowing why Xiao Hua asked this. Then let me see whether it is true or not. As Xiao Hua spoke, he flew in front of a dragon heart fruit tree, and a bronze brilliance appeared around his body, turning into a transcendence golden body that was several hundred feet in size. Then he raised his hand and grabbed a fruit tree. Following Xiao Hua's light command, a dragon heart fruit tree was easily pulled out by him. Taoist Xiao, what are you doing? Ao Moyun was shocked. Xiao Hua ignored her and moved one after another. In a short moment, he had pulled out more than half of the fruit trees, making Ao Yuzhong and the others dumbfounded. Taoist Xiao, stop. Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. This dragon heart fruit is an extremely important part of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. If you continue to pull it out, I'm afraid this place will no longer exist. After the Dragon Island knows, they will definitely investigate. Hee. Xiao Hua withdrew his transcendence golden body and landed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, It seems that this fruit tree can still survive after leaving the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. Taoist Xiao. Ao Moyun didn't understand Xiao Hua's actions. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Taoist Xiao, why do you have to do this? I just want to use this dragon heart fruit to explain to you that there are countless ancient treasures in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, and that there is an ancient golden core in the deep air abyss that can be used by Dao sect cultivators. Ancient golden core? Xiao Hua was shocked and asked, How can there be a golden core used by Dao sect cultivators in the Long Yu fragment? Besides, even if there is one here, how do you know? Ao Moyun chuckled and said, Taoist Xiao doesn't need to ask how I know. When I heard this news that day, the first person I thought of was Taoist Xiao. With Taoist Zhao's current cultivation, it is suitable for him to take this golden core. This golden core is simply prepared for Taoist Xiao. That day, this was just a piece of news, I can't guarantee it. Chapter 4024. Mr. Moyun, why don't you tell me why there are golden cores used by Dao sect cultivators here? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Ao Moyun asked straightforwardly, I wonder if Taoist Xiao has heard of the heavenly dragon language technique? I didn't know before, I only found out after coming to Dragon Island. Then does Taoist Xiao feel that this heavenly dragon language technique has anything to do with Dao sect techniques? Ao Moyun's words hit Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua's heart jumped for no reason. I have some thoughts, but I don't have any answers. Fellow Taoist Ao Zhantian also has the same doubts in his heart. Ao Moyun explained, however, according to his thoughts, the dragon clan is a demon clan, but they are separated from the demon clan and have a separate dragon island. Moreover, the dragon clan is closer to the human clan. It is very likely that it is related to this heavenly dragon language technique. Although the human clan's Dao sect has declined in the hidden Immortal continent, it was extremely powerful in ancient times. At that time, the dragon clan and the human clan might have been one family. This heavenly dragon language technique might be a Dao sect technique itself. In that case, if Dao sect cultivators can refine pills, why can't the dragon clan do so? Even if the dragon clan can't refine pills, what's so strange about Dao sect cultivators refining pills for the dragon clan? An ancient golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment. That's even less strange, right? Ao Moyun had obviously thought about it a long time ago. One sentence after another moved Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, since the dragon clan can use the heavenly dragon language technique, why can't they take golden cores? The origin of the golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment must be extraordinary. The dragon realm is comparable to the immortal world. How can this golden core be an ancient golden core? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Actually, now that I think about it, this golden core might not be used by the dragon clan. Ao Moyun struck while the iron was hot again. Maybe it's a useless pill refined by the dragon clan, and it was left here because it was useless. That's why the dragon clan hasn't taken it away for so many years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Moyun, it's not that I'm not greedy for this ancient golden core. The problem is that after entering the deep air abyss, I will be in a difficult position. When we entered the stacked jade legacy realm, I'm sure Mr. Moyun had already seen who I was with. Ah! Ao Moyun was startled and hurriedly said, Reverend, are you saying that Ao Xing has a good relationship with me? He has Dragon Island behind him. Mr. Mo Yuan has a good relationship with me too. You have the human race behind you. Xiao Hua explains, moreover, this Xiao really doesn't want to participate in the grudges between your Gui tribe and Dragon Island. Therefore, even if that gold core is very tempting, this Xiao also doesn't want to obtain it. Goodbye. Hiss. Hearing that Xiao Hua knew so much, Ao Moyun was dumbfounded. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and blankly looked at Xiao Hua cupping his hands and flying away. Mr. Moyun. Ao Yuzhong hastily flew over and anxiously said, How can you let Xiao Hua go? If he reveals our whereabouts, what should we do? There's no need to be afraid of being exposed. Ao Moyun shook his head and said, Our whereabouts have already been exposed. Or rather, the Dragon Island already knows the location of the deep air abyss. Quick, informed the leader, we have to enter the deep air abyss as soon as possible. Buzz buzz. At this time, at the location of the deep air abyss in the distance, the entire space was shaking. The fog that originally covered the mountain range quickly filled the entire heaven and earth along with the shaking, and the blurry mountain range became clear. It didn't seem to be any different from the mountain range they had encountered before. Quick! Seeing this, Ao Moyun hastily urged, We are already too late. The leader has already made his move in the deep air abyss. Let's go quickly. Alright. Whether it was Ao Yuzhong or Ao Fengping, they didn't have time to care about Xiao Hua's departure at this time. They hastily urged their figures and rushed in the direction of the deep air abyss. Xiao Hua had only flown a few thousand feet away. Naturally, he also sensed the change. That cloud of fog rolled up and formed a cloud pattern that rushed past him and spread far away. Xiao Hua somewhat reluctantly turned his head to look inside. Alas, ancient gold core, I also want it. Unfortunately, one side is Ao Sheng and Dragon Island, and the other side is Ao Moyun's Gui tribe. I don't want to help anyone. Moreover, in this Xiao's opinion, the possibility of Gui tribe's defeat is extremely high. The elders of the Dragon Palace Hall are not fools. Since they dared to let you enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they must have some means. Anyway, this Xiao has already reminded Ao Moyun. If they insist on going their own way, then there is no other way. However, just now, I seem to have heard Ao Moyun mention some leader. This human is really mysterious. I don't know who he is. But what does this have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao has obtained the Dragon Heart Fruit. There are still many dragon crystals outside to pick up. When Ao Sheng comes out from the deep air abyss, there is no need to wait for him. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool and help little white dragon form its body. After that, we will wait for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close. Xiao Hua's little abacus was extremely good. Unfortunately, after flying for several hundred miles, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the end of the layer of fog. This barrier was very strange. Xiao Hua flew to this place and actually couldn't pass through. Xiao Hua tried to use the Transcendence Golden Body, the Confucian Cultivator's Flying Sword, and the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye, but it was all to no avail. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this Xiao needs to activate the Devil Blade? Xiao Huan naturally wouldn't activate the Devil Blade for the sake of escaping. He tried a few more methods and simply gave up. Turning his head to look in the direction of the deep air abyss, he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like this deep air abyss needs to be visited. However, this Xiao will definitely not make a move. They can fight however they want. This Xiao will take advantage of the chaos to look for that ancient golden core." Thus, the greedy Xiao Hua finally turned back. When Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the deep air abyss, he activated the dragon race's invisibility technique and quietly approached. When Xiao Hua flew closer, he could see clearly. That deep air abyss was a huge ring-shaped mountain range. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Perhaps it was thousands of miles in size? This ring-shaped mountain range was light black in color. The heavy rocks that stretched thousands of miles also reflected the black color. It looked very strange. What was strange was not only the mountain range, but also the ring-shaped space in the middle of the mountain range. The naked eye couldn't penetrate it. It could only be seen that there was a layer of similarly black dragon patterns in the space. The black dragon patterns were like grass in the grassland. Each dragon pattern was like a tiny dragon, and each dragon pattern was emitting a kind of condescending dragon might. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on it, he couldn't help but feel small in his heart. Looking at the black dragon patterns, he saw that there were already two groups facing each other. The ones closest to Xiao Hua were Ao Moyun and a dozen other humans and monsters. They gathered together, and in front of them were another dozen or so huge dragons. Opposite them were completely made up of dragons, and the one in front was Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng very strangely tilted his neck and twisted his dragon head toward Xiao Hua. Damn it, Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart. This little bastard must have sensed that I came to the deep air abyss. That's why he didn't go back to look for me. I hid here and there, but I still couldn't hide. These dragons behind him should be the helpers he found using the dragon race's secret technique after he found the deep air abyss. But why is Ao Zhan also here? He's injured, seems like he's in trouble. Behind Ao Sheng, there were 20 or so dragons. Their strength was about the same, and some of them were even injured. Ao Zhan, whom Xiao Hua was familiar with, appeared in front of him. Ao Tao. Ao Sheng's voice came. Although you're from the Hui race, you've been adopted by the Western Sea Dragon Palace since you were young. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has always regarded you as a descendant, and my dragon race has never treated you differently. All the training and gifts have always been given to you every year. Why do you know that the deep air abyss has something that the dragon race has always been looking for, but why don't you say anything? Moreover, at this time, you still want to go against my dragon race and ruin my dragon race's big matter? This kind of ungrateful thing. Do you think you can do it? Ao Xing. Ao Xing coldly said to the black dragon opposite him, "You're just a small elder of the dragon race. Of course you don't know the situation of the Hui race. Do you really think that the Western Sea Dragon Palace really treats me as a descendant? Isn't it because you want to find the secret of my Hui race from me? Furthermore, you dared to let the Hui race and their descendants come to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to train. Isn't it all to find this secret? Now that I've lured you here, isn't it helping your dragon race? Don't say that your dragon race belongs to my dragon race." Ao Xing said impatiently, "You and I are both from the dragon race. The dragon race belongs to both of us. If you don't even have the dragon race in your heart, then you're not afraid of being a dragon." Hee, it's not that we don't regard ourselves as a dragon race, it's that the dragon race doesn't regard us as a dragon race. If the dragon race is regarded as one of the 10 races of the dragon race, then why did you exterminate my Hui race back then? Isn't it because your dragon race, Pang Bai Luo Luo Shrine, and the other 9 Hui races were jealous of my Hui race's elites, and were afraid that my Hui race would control the dragon race, so you worked together to exterminate my Hui race? Back then, you already didn't regard my Hui race as a dragon race, so why do you still have to say it today? Che! Ao Xing was really disdainful. He coldly waved his hand and said, Kill them all. Break the restriction first and get the thing first." Ao Zhan and the others behind Ao Xing responded, and urged their dragon bodies to pounce forward. Ao Tao naturally didn't show any weakness. He raised his head and roared, "Sons of the Hui race, today is a great opportunity for my Hui race to rise up. As long as we kill these bastards of the dragon race and retrieve the relic of the Hui race left behind by my clan's elder, my Hui race will be able to stand tall in the 4 seas, and even build another dragon island that belongs to my Hui race in the 4 seas. For the sake of my Hui race's sacrifice, for the sake of the dragon race's hope, for the sake of my clan's elder, kill." As soon as Ao Tao's words left his mouth, the descendants of the Hui race, be it the dragon race, the human race, or the monster race, were all envious. They all urged their divine abilities and pounced towards the dragon race of the dragon race on the dragon island. The battle between the giant dragons was very spectacular. Wherever the dragon claws passed, dragon blood splattered, and dragon scales fluttered in all directions. The roars shook the surroundings, and countless dragon chi and clouds madly surged within the radius of 1,000 miles. Chapter 4025. Although Ao Xing was a minor elder of the Dragon Island, his strength was limited, and his opponent was not Ao Tao. The one fighting Ao Tao was another giant dragon whose strength was also at the upper stage of the 6th stage. In less than 5 minutes, both Ao Tao and that giant dragon were covered in blood, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The large drops of dragon blood and large pieces of dragon meat fell on the black dragon patterns under the dragons. These dragon patterns began to flash and gather toward the center after receiving the dragon blood. Damn it! Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not understand that the restrictive spell of the Deeper Yin was also strange? He sighed secretly in his heart. This Ao Tao is the leader that Ao Moyun mentioned, right? He is also sinister enough. The restrictive spell of the Deep Yin should also be set up by Ao Qin. It seems that a blood sacrifice is needed to break the restrictive spell, and this blood sacrifice must be the dragon blood of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace let the descendants of the Ho in so that they could follow them to find the Deep Yin. Ao Tao used the dragons of the Dragon Island to follow them and kill them for dragon blood. Presumably, before Ao Tao came to the Deep Yin, he had already killed a lot of dragons, and what triggered the restrictive spell of the Deep Yin was the blood essence of the dragons that he had hunted before. Alas, the cunning of these dragons is no less than that of the human race. Oh, these tricks to lure the enemy are probably done by the descendants of the human race, such as Ao Moyun. Thinking of Ao Moyun, Xiao Hua looked in another direction. Over there, a dozen or so humans and demons were together with several giant dragons. The strength of these humans and demons was greatly reduced in the folded jade ruins. Although they could use dragon energy with the help of the dragon bloodline Dharmakaya, they were still a little weaker than the real dragons of the Dragon Island. In less than 5 minutes, 2 demons had already been killed by the dragons. As for Ao Moyun, he was now struggling bitterly. Seeing Ao Moyun try his best to resist the attacks of the dragons with his strong faith, Xiaohua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. First, he watched the revenge of the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, then the revenge of the Ho. He was really tired of living because of hatred. How could he live because of love, be free and happy? However, looking at the battle in front of him and thinking about the hatred he had to bear, Xiaohua sighed again. Even now, he still didn't understand why the 2 nascent soul masters from the Dawn Rain continent were chasing after him. Was there someone else behind these 2 nascent soul masters? If he was facing the people behind them, how could he not make a move? There was also Shang Huaming. Once he returned to Dawn Rain continent, how could he not attack Shang Huaming's sect, 7 Possibilities sect, and Xuanyan school? Several dragon roars resounded. Dragon chi surged around the bodies of many huge dragons. One by one, they spat out dragon pearls. Different kinds of fluctuations and brilliance appeared on the dragon horns. The killing intent of the entire battlefield immediately became more austere. A huge dragon's chest was dug open by its opponent. It screamed miserably and fell into the restriction. If it was somewhere else, this huge dragon might still be able to struggle and rely on the strength of its dragon body to heal. However, as soon as he touched the restriction, the dense dragon patterns immediately swept across his dragon body. The dragon patterns were like sharp dragon sabers. In a few breaths of time, his flesh and blood were sliced off. Damn it! Ao Tao roared. He opened his mouth and a huge tornado rushed out. It instantly hit his opponent's face, and the dragon claws followed closely behind. Swish! A cold light flashed. The dragon general in front of him actually turned into an illusion. Not good. Ao Tao felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to twist his dragon body, he heard a cold laugh behind him. Ao Tao, since you've already lured us here, your mission is complete. Go to hell. Woo! As the wind and clouds surged, a dragon tail appeared out of thin air. The dragon scales on the tail were as sharp as flying swords. It suddenly slashed Ao Tao's back. Although Ao Tao tried his best to dodge, under the dragon tail, 30% of his flesh and blood was still torn off and fell on the restriction. Ao Tao was in so much pain that he could only roll in the air. His opponent didn't give him a chance to escape at all. After the dragon body appeared, the dragon claws grabbed at Ao Tao's heart. Leader. The few dragons closest to Ao Tao, as well as Ao Moyun, who was not far away, were all shocked. They urged their bodies to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, they were still far away. Ao Tao was about to die under the opponent's sharp claws. Roar? At this moment, there was another roar. A jet black dragon aura suddenly appeared behind Ao Xing. A voice that Xiaohua was very familiar with shouted, "Whoever dares to touch the scales of the descendant of my Hui clan, I'll kill the little elder of your dragon island." Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was stunned. He looked at the familiar Ao Zhan in disbelief. Suddenly, his whole body was dyed black. Even the sharp claws that grabbed Ao Xing's dragon body had turned black. How is this possible? Xiaohua was a little confused. Wasn't Ao Zhan injured by Jianghu of the Heavenly Abode River in the Relic World? How could he be the descendant of the Hui clan? Not to mention me, even the Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought of this, right? Ao Zhan's strength was very strong. Now that he had obtained the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. How could Ao Xing be his opponent? Ao Zhan suddenly appeared and captured Ao Xing. Those 2 sharp claws pierced deeply into Ao Xing's dragon scales. With Ao Zhan's change, the situation of the entire battlefield changed. The 2 Hui clan dragons that were fighting against Ao Zhan and Ao Xing immediately pounced on the other 2 dragons. The dragons of the Dragon Island were even more afraid because Ao Xing was captured. They were dragons that could have killed Ao Tao. With a slight hesitation, Ao Tao's dragon body rolled and escaped. You're the leader of the Hui clan? Ao Xing grimaced in pain, but he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Ao Zhan said coldly, I was going to come to deep Since you're leading the way, I don't have to bother. For Ao Xing roared. His body suddenly rolled. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off from his body. Ao Zhan was caught off guard and Ao Xing actually broke free. Once Ao Xing was free, his figure immediately flew toward Xiao Hua. He even shouted, Spiritual Master Xiao, save me. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to reveal his figure. However, before Ao Xing's dragon body could fly over, Ao Moyun, who had just returned to save Ao Tao, suddenly raised her head. At this time, she was the closest to Xiao Hua. Her body was suddenly surrounded by a pitch-black dragon blood Dharma body. As soon as this Dharma body appeared, pitch-black flames immediately appeared in the space. As the flames burned, Ao Moyun's body teleported in front of Xiao Hua. Ao Moyun looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, Spiritual Master, you saved my life. I shouldn't have done this to you. However, I have made the revival of my Hui clan my own life. Now that it's about to be realized, I have no choice but to stop you. I have no face to see you in the future. Please forgive me. Just as Ao Moyun's voice fell, her physical body and dragon blood celestial body both exploded. Pitch-black flames mixed with black blood splashed onto Xiao Hua's body, and similarly landed on the restriction. Previously, the restriction had already transformed into a vague dragon shape after receiving Ao Xing's flesh and blood. At this moment, when Ao Moyun's blood essence landed, the dragon shape suddenly became clear. When Xiao Hua saw Ao Moyun blocking him, he thought she was going to use some method, but he didn't expect Ao Moyun to be so resolute. Without saying anything, she had already self-destructed. Caught off guard, the black flames and black blood fell on him. The black blood and black flames instantly soaked into the surface of his body. Ouch! Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. His body was on the verge of collapse in midair. He said in shock and anger, This is the poison of the dragon clan? Ha! Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Zhan shouted in the distance. This is the black poison that my Hui clan specially used to deal with the Dragon Island. Don't be afraid. At this time, you just can't use your dragon chi. When I kill Ao Sheng and the other dragons, I will give you the antidote. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed loudly. I just came to watch the show. You even want to poison me to death? Ao Moyun, even if you don't want to live, you don't have to drag me down. You are really called Mr. Moyun in vain. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Ao Zhan's pitch-black dragon body gave birth to an indescribable dragon might. His figure once again pounced on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Hua rather meaningfully, then hurriedly shook his tail and fled to another dragon. What are you looking at? Xiao Hua looked fiercely at Ao Sheng's back and cursed inwardly. In order to prevent me from making a move, a human has already died. How am I supposed to make a move? I am a human after all. Damn it, this is Ao Moyun's real intention. Although Xiao Hua was cursing, his mind had already been released. It wrapped around the space where Ao Moyun's flesh and blood exploded. The netherworld origin power spread out along with his mind and took Ao Moyun's soul into the inside of the space. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that the soul collected by the netherworld origin power was different from the soul collected by the Prometha, so he didn't enter the inside of the space to explore. The dragons of the Dragon Island naturally wouldn't let Ao Zhan capture Ao Sheng, but Ao Zhan was really powerful. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already torn his enemy into pieces. And at this time, the situation of the entire battlefield was completely in favor of the Gue clan. After Ao Zhan tore his enemy into pieces, his whole dragon body coiled in midair and coldly looked around. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, and a faint joy flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's tacit understanding. And Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhan's expression. That kind of arrogance, that kind of condescension, that kind of confidence, he felt rather uncomfortable in his heart. Only now did he understand the true meaning of some of the words Ao Zhan said in the relic realm that day. Ao Zhan was indeed not a simple dragon guard. The so-called Ao Qian was nothing but a trash in his eyes. His ambition was lofty and far beyond what dragons like Ao Qian could understand. However, after the experience of joining hands to fight the enemy in the relic realm, Xiaohua still had a certain understanding of this dragon who was arrogant to the bone and had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that he was still a man who could be trusted. Ao Xing. Ao Zhan saw that the Gui clan had the situation under control, so he looked at Ao Xing and said, "You don't have to hide anymore. You are a junior elder of the Dragon Island, and in the future, you will also be the leader of the Dragon Island. No matter what, I am still a member of the Dragon Island. I will definitely not take your life. It's just that the things in this deep region were obtained by the Gui clan's elder at the risk of his life. I must take them away. If you know what's good for you, then order them to stop right now. Sprinkle your blood essence and I won't hurt you." Chapter 40:26. Ha! Ao Xing laughed. What's the point of saying all this now? The crystal dragon scripture is the sacred item of my Dragon Island. It's owned by all 9 clans. Since when did it become your clan's private property? Besides, if we spill our essence blood, wouldn't that be the same as letting ourselves be captured? Cough cough. Xiaohua tried to smooth things over. Ao Xing, I can vouch for Ao Zhan. His words should still be trustworthy. Xiaohua. Ao Xing looked at Xiaohua with interest and asked, "You know Ao Zhan? Could it be that you entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm with Ao Zhan in secret?" Xiaohua shook his head. Ao Xing, I came to Dragon Island for Ao Zhantian, but also for other things. I already told the elders in the Dragon Palace. I only met Ao Zhantian before entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I don't know his plan at all. Oh, do you think I would still tell you the name of the Deeper Yuan if I knew his plan? Who knows? Ao Xing sneered. Opening the seal of the Deeper Yuan seems to require the essence blood of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. If I didn't come, the essence blood of the Dragon Clan wouldn't exist. Is there such a coincidence? Xiaohua looked at the dozens of dragons around Ao Xing, dumbfounded. Ao Zhan said coldly, Ao Xing, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. If you want to live, if you want to rule the Dragon Island in the future, you better give up now. If you still resist after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not giving the Dragon Island any face. You dare. Ao Xing was furious. 10. Ao Zhan ignored him and counted by himself. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ao Xing yelled in exasperation. As Ao Zhan counted, his body expanded again, and the dragon chi around the ring-shaped mountain flocked into his body. Between the pitch-black dragon scales, a pitch-black dragon stone appeared. Roar. Before Ao Zhan counted to 5, Ao Xing roared, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. The originally injured dragon body expanded as if it was inflated, and the dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. A destructive dragon aura emitted from his body. Not only Ao Zhan, but all the dragons, demons, and humans present were shocked because the dragon's might was rising steadily. In just a moment, it had reached an unbelievable level. The shock that came from the bottom of their hearts made them not only stop, but they also hurriedly retreated. Their claws were also trembling, and they were unable to resist. First Elder? Naturally, Xiaohua was also intimidated by this dragon's might. His body couldn't help but tremble. He is somewhat familiar with this dragon's might. Isn't this the aura of the great elder of the Dragon Island? Ao Zhan. As expected, Ao Xing's dragon body expanded several times, and the terrifying dragon aura covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Only then did he lower his huge dragon head and look at Ao Zhan, saying, This old man has waited for you for thousands of years, and you have finally appeared. You really didn't disappoint me. Although Ao Zhan had obtained the dragon's bloodline inheritance, it was still too early after all. At this moment he tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist, but under this power, his pitch-black dragon body was suspended in the air. The dragon flame was also transparent like a crystal, and he didn't move at all. However, even though the great elder of the Dragon Island sealed his divine ability, he couldn't seal his battle intent and anger. Ao Zhan said loudly, "I am a descendant of the Gue clan, so I naturally won't be the same as the other 9 clans of the Dragon Island. How can I disappoint the great elder?" However, the great elder actually used the body of a little child to deal with me personally. I am really overwhelmed by the favor. Ao Zhan's words were naturally sarcastic, but why would the great elder care? He smiled coldly, just as the previous generation's elder said, "Gue clan have always had an unruly character. You only think about yourself and not the other dragon clans. Do you know why Ao Qin took the crystal dragon and escaped into the folded jade legacy realm? Do you think it's because of those self-righteous reasons that you obtained from your ancestors? Do you think you are the only one who knows about your many schemes? All the truth is the declaration of the victor." Ao Zhan smiled faintly. "Don't you think your explanation is too weak? Instead of explaining this to me, why don't you explain how you can borrow Ao Xing's dragon body? If I knew you had this kind of divine ability, how could I have fallen into your trap?" The 10 clans of the Dragon Island each have their own secret bloodline divine ability. There are so many. The great elder answered, "Just like how Gue clan can naturally hide your own bloodline and transform into another clan's bloodline at will, the primordial spirit of my dragon clan is extremely similar, and we can perform the divine ability of primordial spirit residence. Do you know why Ao Xing is called the Little Elder? Not only because his bloodline is pure, but also because his primordial spirit is extremely similar to mine, the previous generation's elder." "Forget it," Ao Zhan sighed. "We have left the Dragon Island for a long time, and this kind of secret has long been forgotten. If not for this, our Gue clan would have succeeded today." After saying that, the black flames around Ao Zhan suddenly surged up, and a series of dragon roars came out from his body. Ao Zhan's scales overflowed with dragon blood, and his body expanded, and the dragon's aura began to rise. "Oh, this is really beyond my expectation." The great elder was surprised to see that Ao Zhan actually had the strength to fight. While he was talking, Ao Zhan raised his dragon claws, and a shadow flashed past. Swoosh! The great elder's chest was instantly covered with blood. Although the great elder had occupied Ao Xing's dragon body, Ao Xing's dragon body was not the great elder's. Under this attack, Ao Xing's chest was almost torn apart. The great elder was shocked and had no time to think about why Ao Zhan had such a mysterious divine ability. He raised his claws and stabbed forward. Sizzle! Dozens of thunderbolts were produced, completely sealing Ao Zhan's neck. No matter how Ao Zhan shook his head and tail, he could not break free. The great elder's sharp claws fell, and Ao Zhan was about to be torn apart. And in Ao Zhan's eyes, there was no fear except regret. The resentment of the 10 clans of Dragon Island can finally be settled at this time. The great elder said indifferently, "This old man killed you, the leader, so there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. My Ji clan has tens of thousands of descendants. If you kill me, there will be other dragons." Ao Zhan shouted unyieldingly. "Kill them one by one." The great elder laughed. "There will always be a time when we kill them all." As he spoke, the sharp claws were about to fall, but at this time, a voice sounded, "Wait." The great elder's sharp claws did not stop, and he replied indifferently, "Didn't Daoist Xiao say just now? Not participating in the internal strife of my Dragon Island's 10 clans, why are you going back on your words now?" "I don't plan to participate," Xiao Hua replied indifferently. However, this Xiao saw a future great sage of the Dragon Clan, who has yet to show his talent and is about to fall. "It's a pity for your Dragon Clan, so I wanted to say a word." "You mean him?" The great elder was a little stunned. Looking at Ao Zhan, who had already given up struggling, he laughed and said, "How could he be a great sage? Why don't you tell me?" "I will only say one word, I won't say anything else." Xiao Hua laughed. "If there's anything, you should ask Ao Zhan." Ao Zhan snorted coldly and did not answer. The great elder sneered and said, "Even if he is a great sage of the Dragon Clan, he is still a great sage of the Ji clan. The more powerful he is, the more harmful it will be to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Island is already a little tired to deal with the Pentaceratops. If there is another enemy of the Ji clan, how can my Dragon Island be peaceful? Damn it, this is bad. Xiao Hua complained in his heart, his eyes turned rapidly and shouted, "Sigh, Great Elder, could it be that you didn't see Ao Zhan's mercy towards Ao Xing just now? If he could kill Ao Xing when he captured Ao Xing earlier, he would have already killed Ao Xing, right? Don't you think that with the method he used to injure you just now, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Xing?" The Great Elder was a little hesitant. Xiao Hua was right, Ao Zhan did have a lot of opportunities to kill Ao Xing. Especially what Ao Zhan said to Ao Xing just now, he also heard it. Ao Zhan was really thinking about the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot and said, "My human race often says that family is a relationship of blood and flesh where the bones are broken and the tendons are connected. Your Dragon Island's 10 clans are all Dragon Clan. Their bloodline originated from the same source. No matter what, they are close. They are originally from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? I don't know what grudges the Ji clan has with the other 9 clans, but after hearing a few words just now, I feel that there seems to be some misunderstanding. Actually, a lot of things are misunderstood because they can't be explained clearly. As long as things are explained clearly, the misunderstandings will vanish like smoke. Now, it is really rare. One is the son of the Ji clan, the other is the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that there is anything in this world that can't be explained clearly. Of course, Great Elder, if you really have a reason to kill, not to mention this deep Yuan, not to mention this folded Jadeite legacy realm, even on the entire Dragon Island, who can stop you? The matter of the Ji clan is too long ago." The Great Elder was moved by Xiao Hua's words and said. Xiao Hua at the side hurriedly waved his hand, "Great Elder, this is your Dragon Clan's secret. It is not suitable for me to know. You should talk to Ao Zhan alone." "Secret? Ha." The Great Elder faintly smiled. He understood the double meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He laughed and said, "You are right. This old man really wants to know. Just how much does the Gui clan hate my Dragon Island 9 clans?" After saying that, a layer of faint dragon chi rose between the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the 2 giant dragons froze on top of the dragon chi, and not a trace of movement could be heard. Looking at the other Dragon Clan, Human Clan, and Demon Clan, there was surprise on their faces. What was happening in front of them had long surpassed their imagination. They all stopped fighting and separated into 2 places, waiting for the result. Looking at everyone, Xiao Hua sighed a little. Alas, poor Ao Moyun, to be called Mr. Moyun in vain in the end, he really thought himself clever. But, if she didn't stop this Xiao from taking action, how should this Xiao face Ao Sheng's request for help? After all, it is a living life. It is really a pity. Chapter 4027. Ao Moyun's poison naturally couldn't hurt the current Xiao Hua. He was just giving Xiao Hua a reason not to attack. And the price of this reason was a life, which made Xiao Hua feel that it was not worth it. Xiao Hua waited for half a day, but the longer the time, the more Xiao Hua felt at ease. After all, Ao Zhan had to bargain with the Great Elder, which would take time. And if the Great Elder didn't want to listen, he would probably come out in a moment, right? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the 2 dragons above the Dragon Chi moved, and the Dragon Chi instantly disappeared, revealing the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. However, the expression of the 2 dragons was different from what Xiao Hua thought. There was no crying, no ecstasy, only calmness, as if nothing had happened. This old man can't occupy Ao Sheng's dragon body for a long time. Once the Great Elder appeared, he immediately ordered, "You don't have to fight with the Hui dragons anymore, just listen to Ao Sheng's orders." "Yes, Great Elder." The dragons on the Dragon Island all heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Then, the Great Elder glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, this old man will leave everything here to you. If you help Ao Sheng get the Crystal Dragon Scripture, you can get the friendship of my Dragon Island. Of course, other than the Crystal Dragon Scripture, this old man also doesn't know what else there is in the deep. If you are fated to get the Ruined Dragon Core, it might be possible. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Hua saw that the great elder was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted, Do I need to eat the dragon core? Great elder, you have to tell me where the dragon cleansing pool is, right? Hee, this old man has already said what needs to be said. You can ask Ao Xing yourself. The great elder's voice became softer and softer as he replied with a smile. After saying that, Ao Xing's dragon body rapidly shrank, and the terrifying dragon pressure from before also weakened, revealing Ao Xing proudly. Ao Xing. Ao Zhan's tone was not particularly intimate and said, Did you hear what the great elder said? Of course. Ao Xing said with a smile. Ao Zhan nodded. Good. You all rest for a moment, then listen to my arrangements. We will break the seal of the deep earth. Alright. Ao Xing agreed and prepared to bring the rest of the dragons to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Don't be hasty. Xiaohua called out again. Ao Xing, tell me the truth. Where is the dragon cleansing pool? Reverend. Ao Xing smiled bitterly. Didn't I make it clear to you earlier? I really don't know where it is. Why don't I look for it with you after we come out of the deeper? If you can't find the dragon cleansing pool, don't blame me for not returning it. Before Xiaohua could finish his sentence, Ao Xing, who was swimming, naturally knew what he meant. However, in Ao Xing's eyes, Long Yu was no match for the crystal dragon scripture. He could only throw Xiaohua's threat to the back of his head. Ao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at his subordinates and instructed, You all should also rest for a while. When we return from the stacked Jade Legacy realm, the Dragon Hall will issue the Dragon Hall order. Because my Gui clan knows our wrongs and repents, we will return the crystal dragon scripture and pardon some of the sins of my Gui clan. Then when will my clan return to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island? A dragon asked somewhat anxiously. The road to return to the Dragon Island is still very long. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. Unless my clan can produce a great sage of the demon clan. How is that possible? All the dragons were astonished. With the first step, it's always good. Take your time on the road from now on. Ao Zhan seemed to be extremely satisfied with this result. He waved his hand and said, The problem now is to find the crystal dragon scripture. If the crystal dragon scripture doesn't return to the Dragon Hall, we still have to think of a way to leave the Dragon Island. Yes, leader. All the dragons agreed and flew to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Ao Zhan flew in front of Xiaohua and cupped his hands. Reverend Xiao, I have received your grace again. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's because you didn't have any killing intent in your heart. You saved yourself. Furthermore, I have to congratulate fellow Immortal Ao. Although you have yet to complete the heavy responsibility on your shoulders, the road has already appeared under your feet. Fellow Immortal Ao, sooner or later, you will be able to bring our clan back to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Others may not know, but how could enlightened master not understand? If it wasn't for your grace, how could I have such a fortuitous encounter? Ao Zhan said very sincerely. I won't say any more. Xiaohua knew what Ao Zhan wanted to say. He waved his hand and said with a smile, If I can help you settle your grudges, how much less killing will there be in the future? How many fewer dragons would die? This Xiao is very willing to accept this merit. Things might not be as simple as you think. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. After all, my race has been at odds with the Dragon Island for many years. The 9 races of the Dragon Island, Pang Bai Luo Luo Shrine, and Swan Ni have suffered many losses because of my race. Even if I offer the Crystal Dragon Scripture, the other 8 races will still try to stop me. Nonsense, how could it be possible without obstruction? Xiaohua replied, but since there is a righteous cause, they will have one less weakness to use against you. Your wish will come true sooner or later. By the way, since the Gui clan has been pardoned, what about the Dragon clan in the heavenly abode? What about them? Ao Zhan was a little hesitant. They are naturally a branch of my clan, but my Gui clan hasn't settled down yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time to settle the matter of the heavenly abode. Wait until you are strong enough. Xiaohua understood that the Gui clan had many things to do, and Ao Zhan was probably facing many more difficulties. At this point, Xiaohua's heart suddenly quivered as he thought of Jianghu in the legacy realm. After all, the appearance of Jianghu and the other two heavenly abode dragons in the legacy realm was too strange. If no one had tipped them off, how could they have found that place? However, at this point, Xiaohua felt that there was no point in asking Ao Zhan anymore, so he might as well keep this secret in the bottom of his heart. Ao Zhan nodded and looked at the restriction below his feet. The dragon patterns had already gathered into a black dragon, and its appearance was very frightening. Ao Zhan stared at the black dragon, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, "This is the former patriarch of my Gui clan, Ao Qin. A dragon that could be the great elder of Dragon Island. When he was training in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, he used the strength of a single dragon to obtain the dragon jade and crystal dragon scripture. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to obtain the position of great elder because of this, but the great elder of that generation wasn't him. In his anger, he took away the dragon jade and crystal dragon scripture from the dragon hall, and from that moment onwards, the fate of my Gui clan changed." Ao Zhan didn't say the specific reason, but he had obviously accepted the great elder's explanation. Xiaohua sighed and said, "Perhaps Ao Qin was wrong, or perhaps the dragon hall was wrong, but what's right is the fact that has already happened. Our human race has a saying that it's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Now that the bloodline of the Gui clan still exists, it's not too late." "Yes, I understand. The burden on this Ao's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier." Ao Zhan nodded. This Xiaohua has other thoughts in his mind. At this point, he asked again in a low voice, "That's right, Ao Zhan, tell this old man the truth. Is the great elder's words true? Does he really not know where the dragon cleansing pool is?" "There are two dragon cleansing pools on Dragon Island. One is real and one is fake." Ao Zhan glanced at Xiaohua as he replied meaningfully, "The one outside the stacked jade Forgotten Realm is a fake. The dragon cleansing liquid inside was extracted from the real dragon cleansing pool inside the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. This dragon cleansing liquid is the essence of the dragon domain. It can't leave the dragon cleansing pool. Once it leaves the dragon cleansing pool, it can't be called dragon cleansing liquid anymore. However, this liquid can still nourish and repair the body of my dragon clan, so Dragon Island still values this fake dragon cleansing pool very much. Generally speaking, the so-called dragon cleansing pool outside of Dragon Island is this fake dragon cleansing pool. As for the real dragon cleansing pool, Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Ascension Pool in your Dao Sect's Immortal world?" "Ascension Pool?" Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, "This Xiao has never heard of it. This Xiao has only heard of the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple." "What's the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple?" Ao Zhan sneered. "That's just a bunch of bald donkeys playing reincarnation. How can it be compared to the Dragon Cleansing Pool on Dragon Island? If you want to compare it, it's at most similar to the fake Dragon Cleansing Pool outside of the stacked Jade Legacy realm." Xiaohua also looked at Ao Zhan meaningfully. Ao Zhan, who was only at the 6th or 7th stage of origin energy, seemed to care more about Dragon Island's reputation than the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder compared the Dragon Cleansing Pool to the Buddhist sect's Lotus Cleansing Pool, but Ao Zhan immediately stepped on the Lotus Cleansing Pool. It was probably because of Ao Zhan's understanding that the Great Elder was reassured to let Ao Zhan lead Ao Sheng and the others to find the Crystal Dragon Seal. "What does immortal friend Ao mean?" Xiao asked. "It said that the immortal qi in your Dao sect Immortal world is very dense. Ordinary cultivators can't withstand the higher grade immortal qi after ascending to the immortal world. Therefore, every cultivator who ascends has to remodel their body in the ascension pool. The dragon realm of my dragon clan is half a level higher than the immortal world. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon realm can only be compared to the immortal molding liquid in the ascension pool. Does immortal friend Ao Zhan understand what I'm saying? So, after your dragon clan breaks through the void and reaches the dragon realm, you also have to use the dragon cleansing liquid to remodel your body?" Xiaohua understood. Ao Zhan nodded. "Of course. Didn't immortal friend Ao Zhan feel that the dragon chi in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is several times stronger than on Dragon Island? And this is just a fragment of the dragon realm. If it were the real dragon realm, then the dragon chi. Yes, it should be called dragon spiritual chi. Then how terrifying would dragon spiritual chi be? Ordinary dragon bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Damn it. Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. Your dragon clan's dragon body is already incomparably tough. If you remodel your body after reaching the dragon realm, how are the immortals of the immortal world supposed to survive? You humans don't really rely on your physical body after ascending to immortality. It doesn't make a difference whether it's tough or not, right? Ao Zhan replied with a smile. Don't try to change the topic. Xiao Hua snorted. I just want to know the whereabouts of the dragon cleansing pool. After saying so much, do you think the Grand Elder knows? Of course he doesn't. Ao Zhan smiled. If he knows where the dragon cleansing pool is, doesn't that mean he knows where the Deep Yuan is? Wouldn't he have found this place long ago? Chapter 4028. With that, Ao Zhan glanced at Ao Sheng and sneered. Don't think that Ao Sheng knows that the crystal dragon is here. If I didn't deliberately lead him here, he wouldn't be able to find this place. But Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Ao Zhan looked around and actually transmitted his voice. The dragon cleansing pool, deep air abyss, and a place called the Mirage are the three most mysterious places in the stacked Jade Forgotten realm. The dragon cleansing pool is called the dragon cleansing pool because of the dragon cleansing liquid, which is the essence of dragon spiritual chi. It is the closest to the dragon domain. No primordial consciousness or divine ability can find it. Furthermore, when the stacked Jade Forgotten realm changes, the dragon cleansing pool is hidden outside the Forgotten realm. And this deep air abyss, to be honest, it is the earliest place connected to the dragon realm. It can be said that it is the source of the dragon spiritual energy in the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm. If it wasn't for my clan leader, I wouldn't be able to find this place. What? This deep air abyss is the connection between the dragon realm and the stacked Jade Legacy realm? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, so, when clan leader Ao Qin came here. Yes, that should be what the old man meant. Ao Zhan nodded. However, without the strength of breaking the void, it is impossible to pass through this connection. Of course, even if you have the strength of a great saint, you may not be able to pass through this connection. So, no dragon has ever entered the dragon realm through this connection. In the past, I seem to have heard that this is a place to send messages. Of course, by the time of clan leader Ao Qin's generation, this connection was already broken. See? Xiao Hua sucked in a mouthful of cold air, as if he understood something. Of his two broken dragon jade, one was from the Dawn Rain continent, the other was from the Little White Dragon, and the Little White Dragon was from the 10,000 Demon realm. Those two places were not the Dragon Island, nor were they the three continents. Previously, the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace didn't ask about the origin of the Dragon Jade because they thought that Xiao Hua's Dragon Jade was only lost in the three continents. What they didn't expect was that Xiao Hua's Dragon Jade was not obtained in the three continents. If this deep air abyss was the passage connecting the stacked Jade Legacy realm to the Dragon realm, it was now closed. That is to say, the Dragon clan wanted to go to the Dragon realm with the two broken Dragon Jade. Because they failed, they ended up in the Demon realm and Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Ao Zhan asked when he saw Xiao Hua's strange expression. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't pursue this matter any further, so he changed the topic and asked, what about the Mirage? I don't know. Ao Zhan shook his head. Back then, when clan leader Ao Qin divided the dragons, some of them fled to the Dragon realm, while others fled to the Four Seas. I am a descendant of the dragons who stayed in the Four Seas. Only through the Long Bay that Patriarch Ao Qin had passed down did he know all of this. I don't know anything else. In other words, Xiao Hua smiled. You might not pass through Dragon Island and directly return to the Four Seas? Sure. However, the risk is extremely high. Ao Zhan nodded. There are some spatial layers around the stacked Jade Legacy land, and there are some distorted spatial veins that lead to the Four Seas. However, these spatial veins also lead to the void. Once we fall into the void, even if we have the body of a dragon, we won't be able to survive. Forget it. Xiaohua extinguished the thought of escaping with the Long Yu and smiled at Ao Zhan. Fellow Immortal Ao, you seem to have told me everything you know. Spiritual Master. Ao Zhan said with extreme sincerity. I work together with Spiritual Master in the Legacy Realm, so I'm very confident in Spiritual Master's character. Back then, I didn't know that Spiritual Master also had the bloodline of a dragon. Otherwise, I would have communicated with Spiritual Master more. Furthermore, Spiritual Master wasn't moved by the bloodline of a true spirit in the Legacy Realm. I really don't know what else in this world can make Spiritual Master interested. If I don't trust such a Spiritual Master, who else can I trust? Now, if my Gue race wants to be ranked as one of the 10 races of Dragon Island again, not only do I need to cultivate to the Great Sage Realm, I also need more help. Spiritual Master has a bloodline comparable to Ao Sheng's and is favored by Meng Longhall's Great Elder. I naturally won't hide anything from Spiritual Master. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't really want to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Abode River, but he didn't expect to encounter the revival of the Gue race here. He didn't even have time to cultivate in seclusion, so how could he want to spend more time on these things? He didn't want to say anything more here, so he asked again. All right, is there really a ruined dragon pill in the deep Eryuan? There is. Ao Zhan nodded. Senior Ao Qin said clearly in the dragon shell that he saw the aura of a dragon pill here, but the aura of the pill wasn't particularly strong. He guessed that it might be a ruined dragon pill. How many years has it been? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Is the dragon pill still effective? Ao Zhan shook his head. I don't know about this. But this place is actually a fragment of the dragon realm, nourished by dragon qi. Even if the dragon pill is ruined, it should still be effective, right? However, Spiritual Master, this dragon pill, even if it's ruined, I'm afraid it's not something you can consume. That day, I spread the news just to encourage the human race cultivators. Sai, let's take a look first. Xiaohua waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Great Elder said? Leave everything to me. If I don't go in and take a look, he won't let me go. At this time, Ao Sheng flew over from afar and asked, Ao Zhan, we've already rested. Can we break the seal now? Of course. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Sheng and replied, the dragon sons of the 9 clans of Dragon Island, release half of your dragon blood. What? Ao Sheng was shocked when he heard this. Why do we have to release so much dragon blood? To break this seal, we need the blood essence of the 10 clans of Dragon Island. We already had some before, plus the dragon that fell from my Ji clan, and the 7 clans that didn't release enough blood essence. Especially you, your blood essence is the most important. Ao Zhan replied without any trace of politeness. Ao Sheng was a little flustered and exasperated. But after he said a few words, he became dejected again. After all, Ao Zhan's purpose of luring them here was to kill them and use their blood essence. Now that he was only allowed to release half of his blood essence, although it made his heart ache, compared to the previous deadlock, there was a fundamental difference. Roar! Ao Sheng roared, opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon blood fell like a fountain. The dragon blood fell on the black dragon seal, and the black dragon seal began to slowly rotate. When Ao Sheng was dispirited in midair, the other dragons also spat out their blood essence. The black dragon above the seal sped up and surrounded the ring-shaped mountain, forming a huge whirlpool. The hurricane above the whirlpool also took the shape of a dragon. Seeing Ao Sheng curled up and not moving, Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Why can't you move? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see." Ao Sheng shouted, "This is blood essence. I'm also a dragon. If I was a human, I would have died long ago." "Haha, you also know about dying?" Xiaohua laughed. "Your dragon clan doesn't have pills?" "What pills do I need?" Ao Sheng said disdainfully. "If you want to eat, wait until you enter the deep air lake to eat dragon pills." Xiaohua smiled, took out a jade bottle, and said with a smile, This Xiao has refined blood replenishing pill. Do you want it? Oh no. Ao Xing waved his hand. This thing is useless to me. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded. This blood replenishing pill is refined by this Xiao. It is most suitable for humans, but it seems that the Yao race can also use it. If you don't want to use it, then forget it. It's a waste not to eat it. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to take the jade bottle, Ao Xing raised his dragon claw and shouted, "Give it. Let me try." Just now I wanted to give it to you, but you didn't want to eat it. Now I want to eat it, but I won't give it to you. Xiao Hua smiled, pretending to take it and said, "Woo." A strong wind swept past, and Ao Xing snatched the jade bottle. He put the jade bottle into his mouth, and with a crunch, his dragon teeth crushed the seal on the jade bottle, and the bottle of blood-replenishing pill fell into his stomach. Xiao Hua was a little stunned, and slapped his forehead. Damn it, this Xiao now knows what it means to be an old cow chewing peony. I am a little dragon, not an old cow. Ao Xing shouted angrily, I am a little elder of the dragon race, yet I can eat your pill. In the future, if you sell pills in the hidden immortal continent, this will be a big gimmick. I owe this, what kind of pill is this? Suddenly, the dragon chi around Ao Xing's body surged, and layers of blood color gushed out from the dragon scales. When this blood color reached Ao Xing's face, his entire face turned red. Spiritual Master Xiao. The dragons at the side could not compare to Ao Xing, and their expressions were even more dispirited. Seeing Ao Xing like this, they were all overjoyed and shouted, Do you still have more pills? Can you wait for me a moment? Xiao Hua beamed with joy and said, Of course. However, this is the pill refined by this Xiao. In the future, you must remember it. And this Xiao is now cooperating with Luo Yi Merchant Union. If you need it in the future, feel free to look for Luo Yi Merchant Union. Luo Yi Merchant Union. Okay, we will remember it. The dragons hurriedly urged, Spiritual Master, give us the pills first. When Xiaohua took out some blood-replenishing pills and gave them to the other dragons, the blood chi around Ao Xing's body finally stopped. He blinked his eyes and asked puzzledly, What's going on? It's obviously very comfortable, and my blood chi is surging. Why did my blood essence recover so little? Ah. Xiaohua laughed and said, Can blood essence be recovered by ordinary methods? That is to rely on one's own recovery. This Xiao's blood-replenishing pill can only replenish ordinary blood qi. It is only somewhat beneficial for you. That's not bad. Ao Xing nodded. Luo Yi Merchant Union, I will also remember it. Spiritual Master Xiao, do you still have more? Indeed no more. Xiaohua shook his head. This Xiao does not use these things. They are all sold in Luo Yi Merchant Union. Spiritual Master Ah, how can you play without them? Ao Xing shouted, You have piqued my interest, how can you not care? There is really no more. Xiaohua shook his head, and then mysteriously probed, Of course, if you can tell this Xiao the location of the dragon cleansing pool, this Xiao will consider refining some more for you after the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Chapter 4029. I also want to know. Ao Xing smiled bitterly, but I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off. Alright. Xiaohua smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you. Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ao Xing. This time, Ao Xing did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Ao Xing, it was much smaller than before. Taoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy. Ao Xing looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiaohua replied, This was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it. Ao Xing waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, No matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it. Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar! The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then, their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Oh! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Ao Zhan, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Ao Zhan also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Woo! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Long Bay followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Ao Xing was shocked. Ao Qin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, if it wasn't for me, even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Ao Xing did not refute. It seemed that Ao Zhan was right. Xiao Huan naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar, roar! The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. Puff! There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then, an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deep Yuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then, wung wung. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This is the source of the dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Ao Zhan did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiao Hua were left. Damn it. Ao Xing muttered and moved closer to Xiao Hua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deep Yuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Woo! Ao Xing was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiao Hua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deep Yuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly, as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Sheng felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiao Hua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready. Ao Zhan, will you lead the way?" Phew. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deep Yuan. Woo! Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng flew down and followed the two dragons into the deep Yuan. The deep Yuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible. The rich dragon qi in the deeper Yuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us, they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise, your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Sheng pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally, there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiao Hua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ao Zhan and Ao Zhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Ao Zhan said, "It's close to the left." "Is it here?" Ao Tao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Ao Zhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Ao Sheng directly." Ao Tao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha kacha. The stone wall that had been tempered by dragon spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Ao Tao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. Wait! Ao Zhan suddenly spoke. Ao Tao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No." Ao Zhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this Ao has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." Could? Ao Tao retreated to the side and glanced at Ao Xing from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Ao Zhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Woo! Ao Zhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Ao Tao. Whether it was Xiao Hua or Ao Xing, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded, another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Ao Zhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded. A surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. "Ao Tao!" Ao Zhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Ao Tao didn't seem to be afraid of Ao Zhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Ao Tao and asked coldly. Ao Tao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Ao Zhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." "You? What right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan was so angry that he laughed. "Ha!" Ao Tao laughed loudly, twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell. He shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race, because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Woo! Ao Zhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Ao Tao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Ao Tao to the side. Roar! Ao Tao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Ao Zhan again. He shouted, "Ao Zhan, do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race. You actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Ao Zhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Ao Zhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh! With a deafening sound, Ao Zhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Ao Tao's back. Ao Tao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. "Ao Tao!" Ao Zhan didn't continue his attack. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand." Ao Tao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the Dragon Island's 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the Dragon Island, my Hui race can occupy the other dragon islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the dragon island's 9 clans? This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the dragon island? How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture? Ao Tao. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and sighed. I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally, you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much. Ao Tao said coldly, although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced. Ao Tao replied very calmly, I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it. Ao Zhan said indifferently, not to mention the dragons who died in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island, just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice anymore. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all. You are wrong. Ao Tao shook his head firmly and said, those who can persevere must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, you cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this Crystal Dragon Scripture belongs to. I want to take this Crystal Dragon Scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race. You dare! Ao Zhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Ao Tao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Ao Zhan's. Ao Tao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Ao Zhan. As Ao Tao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Ao Zhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan roared and similarly pounced towards Ao Tao. The 2 dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the 2 began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the Crystal Dragon Scripture that the 2 dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiaohua urged his figure to fly over. Ao Xing was very obedient. He did not go near the Crystal Dragon Scripture and even avoided the 2 dragons' desperate fight. Xiaohua flew in front of the Crystal Dragon Scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this Crystal Dragon Scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Xiaohua released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua opened its mouth and swallowed the Crystal Dragon Scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiaohua's meridians. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that not only did Ao Zhan not care about him collecting the Crystal Dragon Scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiaohua's voice sounded. This Crystal Dragon Scripture is a bit strange. You delay Ao Sheng and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked Jade Legacy realm before returning it to them. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng who was sitting at the side and replied, if it was Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, naturally it would be fine. But Ao Sheng still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance. How about? The dragon vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Fellow Taoist can comprehend it inside the space? This crystal dragon scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng, who seemed to have regained his senses, and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, I will deal with Ao Sheng. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can. Alright. The dragon vein Xiao Hua said a word and did not speak again. Xiao Hua. Ao Sheng flew over and opened his mouth. Where is the crystal dragon scripture? This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first. Xiao Hua looked at the bloody battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, O Sheng, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious? Ai, of course it is. Ao Sheng also sighed. I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much. In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. Taoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first? Oh, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Tell me, between Ao Tao and Ao Zhan, who is right and who is wrong? This. Ao Sheng hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Ao Zhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. It cannot be compared to your human race. That can you? Without waiting for Ao Sheng to say more, Xiao Hua interrupted again. The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Ao Zhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here? Ao Sheng's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng with doubt in his eyes. From Ao Sheng's repeated requests, Xiao Hua understood that Ao Sheng wanted to get the crystal dragon scripture. But why did Ao Sheng not go to get the crystal dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons without any suspense? Xiao Hua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Ao Zhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Ao Zhan like a black robe. Ao Zhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Ao Zhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. Ao Sheng at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Ao Zhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously, he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Ao Zhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 4031. Pooh! As the white horse passed by, Ao Zhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. Aren't you courting death? Ao Zhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, What exactly are you thinking? Damn traitor! Ao Tao snorted coldly. I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace. Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, If you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die. Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. Taoist Master Xiao? Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came. Can you take me out? I have something to tell Taoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know. But Xiao Hua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Ao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Ao Zhan wanted to go down, Ao Sheng naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too. Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up first." "Okay." Xiao Hua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Taoist Master." But Xiao Hua nodded. "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Ao Zhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple," Ao Tao said in a low voice. "I have the same pure bloodline as Ao Zhan. I'm also the leader of the Gue clan." Xiao Hua was startled and instantly understood. In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Ao Zhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality, you are also the real leader, and you are the real leader in the dark. You could say that. Ao Tao replied, "The bloodline of the Gue clan can be divided into two. Ao Zhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Ao Zhan's. "See?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "What do you mean?" "No one knows my true appearance," Ao Tao said, "not even the second elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure. They only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the second elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Ao Zhan will never be able to lead the Gue clan back to Dragon Island, even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. So, to fulfill his wish, to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die." "Does Great Elder know about this?" "Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about." Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. "I can't even tell Ao Zhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart and he will definitely not be able to step into the Great Sage Realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the second elder and the rest of the Dragon Clan will use to deal with Ao Zhan. So, Taoist, I hope you can remind Ao Zhan when you have the chance." "Why does it have to be this Xiao?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Because of Taoist Zhao's dragon bloodline," Ao Tao replied, "and also for Taoist to complete Ao Zhan's true dragon bloodline." "How do you know?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "I originally came from Ao Zhan's bloodline. My strength is similar to his. It can even be said that we should be exactly the same," Ao Tao explained, "and in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Taoist, how can I not know? As for Taoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan." At this point, Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiao Hua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiao Hua's matter, he changed the topic and said, "The dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Taoist, please give it to Ao Zhan." "About my matter, Taoist, please don't tell Ao Zhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Taoist, please help me help my Ho clan." "Good. Don't worry." Xiao Hua nodded. "I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die." "No, I must die." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "If I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter? Taoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Ao Zhan and my whole clan." "Forget it." Xiao Hua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Ao Zhan's, Xiao Hua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise, it would be used against Ao Zhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiao Hua to send him up. Xiao Hua packed up, took the dragon armor, and flew down. As he flew, he shouted, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal." As he spoke, Xiao Hua pulled out the green-robed Xiao Hua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air, he raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then, the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems, this crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key? Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought to himself, "Damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But, since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them?" These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiao Hua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his figure to go deep into the deep Eryun. After finding Ao Zhan, Xiao Hua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, "Ao Zhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you." Ao Zhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered, "Who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon?" "Hee hee." Ao Xing laughed. "Ao Zhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the Dragon Palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the Dragon Palace? Won't that be too convenient for the Dragon Palace?" Ao Zhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, "Where's Ao Tao's corpse?" "What corpse is there?" Xiao Hua spread out his hands. "I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it." After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. "He got lucky." Ao Zhan snorted and said, "Taoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below." "It can't be? How can it be so easy to get the dragon core?" Xiao Hua was a little happy. Ao Sheng smiled and said, "Taoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal?" "What's the hurry?" Xiao Hua said impatiently, "I'll give it to you when we get out of the deep Eryun." "Hee hee." Ao Sheng smiled and said, "I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Taoist Xiao wants to hear it?" "Alright." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Ao Sheng said a few words, Xiao Hua sneered, "Ao Sheng, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ao Sheng smiled. "First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Taoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right?" Xiao Hua didn't understand what Ao Sheng was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Ao Sheng, asking Ao Zhan, "Is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something." Senior Ao Qin left the crystal dragon seal in the deep Eryun, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Taoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, However, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Ao Qin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "You all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it." "I'll go with you," Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. "Let's go." Ao Sheng also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon qi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiaohua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiaohua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiaohua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's Great Elder is right. Xiaohua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon qi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiaohua separated a trace of Yuan Shen. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shen left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shen was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shen. This is troublesome. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shen. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiaohua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon qi was the densest. Xiaohua's ethereal steps didn't require true qi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiaohua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns in the time it took for a meal to fly in. This light pattern was black and white, and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiaohua's heart tremble. Xiaohua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker dharma I could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiaohua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money grubber Xiaohua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiaohua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble. Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Naiwen palace, all the innate divine restrictions seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiaohua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared, and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiaohua's fleshly body again, in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiaohua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Tao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Tao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible, like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiaohua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiaohua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind. I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. Actually, from the moment Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I've been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish, but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiaohua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Tao Foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiaohua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiaohua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiaohua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became. And the seed under the Tao Foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Tao Foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time, in the space where Xiaohua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiaohua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to heal, another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiaohua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiaohua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dreams slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiaohua's figure finally became complete. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiaohua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiaohua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiaohua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiaohua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiaohua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiaohua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiaohua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction and blocked Xiaohua's retreat. So close! Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. After flying for a while, Xiaohua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiaohua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust, slowly rotating. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 40-33. Xiaohua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. Weng. The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiaohua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiaohua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiaohua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, the crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiaohua came from. Damn it! Although Xiaohua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it, it can't be! Xiaohua woke up. Could it be? This crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiaohua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiaohua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiaohua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiaohua flew back, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were already gone. Xiaohua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiaohua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep airlock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiaohua released his Yuan Shun, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiaohua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now, I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiaohua saw Xiaogua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Xiaogua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiaohua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiaogua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiaohua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master, Xiaogua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately replied with a smile. Xiaogua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiaogua was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. Sigh, I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan had not returned, Xiaohua stood up and smiled. Hee, since Ao Sheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiaohua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake, he had forced Ao Sheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Ao Sheng had agreed to go with Xiaohua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiaohua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside two mountains, three dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool, or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiaohua by Ao Sheng, but unfortunately, Xiaohua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sigh, the dragon palace of the four seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and the dragon hall's great elder, Xiaohua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the Dragon Island was like this, then how bad could the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas be? Xiaohua could not help but sigh inwardly. This must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiaohua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiaohua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiaohua's back for a long time. Xiaohua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuan Shen did not notice. He only released his Yuan Shun to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse, there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The stacked Jade Legacy realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the Four Seas. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was confident that he could find the dragon cleansing pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the dragon cleansing pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiaohua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuan Shun swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuan Shun swept past Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto Xiaohua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiaohua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Dao Sex Xiaohua?" Just when the Yuan Shun locked onto Xiaohua, Xiaohua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiaohua. I wonder why fellow Immortal is looking for I? Where's Ao Sheng?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuan Shen and looked around, then asked. Xiaohua shook his head. "I was with Ao Sheng earlier, but for some reason he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again." I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. "Ao Sheng's life and death has nothing to do with you or me." The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him. Just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder to actually come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm for experiential learning." A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiaohua entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm first. He snorted coldly, like a huge thunderbolt, and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the Heavenly Abode River after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, all the credit is taken away by second brother." Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace? You are the 7th prince by For hearing Xiaohua call him by the 7th prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human, this daddy is the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Sheng. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant. It is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly. Looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the 2nd prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the Heavenly Abode River was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter, ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you?" Ao Zheng roared. Waving his dragon claws, he shouted at the other dragons, "Don't talk to him anymore, Ao Yen, you and the others attack." After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates. Don't let him escape. Roar! The 4 huge dragons roared. baring their fangs and claws as they rushed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon, Ao Yen, without activating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiaohua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiaohua's surroundings and piercing towards him.